Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались з кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1163 of the War News stream. And we have absolutely massive news today that Ukraine launched more major attacks on Crimea just moments ago. Also, very big news, the U.S., for the first time ever in the new administration, has sent their first new arms shipment to Ukraine in a bold move. And also, India and Pakistan continue to threaten major attacks amidst growing escalation. And it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours from news around the world, as we have been able to hear today that the state of Ukraine has conducted a significant drone attack onto the area of the Crimean Peninsula, causing significant damage to Russian radar installations and air defense systems throughout the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula, possibly opening it up to future heavy drone attacks, which should cause significant damage to remaining Russian Army, Air Force, and Navy assets within the area at this time. This also came as the United States of America has taken a diplomatic 180 against the Russian Federation and has practically gone, by diplomatic terms, ballistic, threatening the Russian Federation that if they do not accept the American terms to an unconditional ceasefire without any preconditions, the United States is going to be arming the state of Ukraine further than it has ever been armed before. This also came at the exact same time as the U.S. Congress and Office of the President approved a $50 million arms package to the state of Ukraine today. And also, on top of that, we have been able to hear that the Russian Federation is apparently already going into crisis mode over the situation, as it appears they have overstepped their boundaries in the current negotiations, and they are now seeing that the United States is going openly hostile against the Russian Federation due to the frustrations of the collapsing peace talk attempts in between the Russian Federation and the state of Ukraine. We have also been able to hear simultaneously that the Russian Foreign Ministry has continued to double down, even in the midst of their absolute panic over the fact that the U.S. talks are completely falling apart, and they have reiterated that they will never allow the state of Ukraine to return back back to their 1991 borders under any circumstance, and the Russian Federation's armed forces will engage in the force of arms to continue to ensure that the 1991 borders are never returned to, once again cementing the destiny of the Russian Federation and the stance that the United States of America is going to be taking against the Russian Federation throughout the duration of the conflict. Meanwhile, inside of the Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the war, which was supposed to happen according to Pakistani intelligence within hours or a day of, has not happened yet. Once again, we are still waiting for this major attack to occur, as we have been able to hear that the Indians are highly likely considering long-range missile strikes into the territory of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. But meanwhile, a very interesting and very seldom talked about event happened today, where we were able to hear that a minor air skirmish actually happened between the Republic of India's Air Force and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, with the Islamic Republic of Pakistan's aircraft supposedly turning the Indians away. We are not entirely sure if that was involving any form of missile fire or any form of armed combat in the skies between the borders of the two countries, but nevertheless an incredibly interesting situation. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China has apparently been having some issues lately with CIA propaganda, as the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States of America has been attempting to recruit new informants from the People's Liberation Army and also from the Chinese Communist Party that may possibly be ousted during Xi Jinping's purge, much like Stalin's. It appears that at this moment, the instability that's currently being caused in between the schism of the PLA and Xi Jinping's loyalist Communist Party are currently leading the CIA to believe that there is a higher chance of the recruitment of informants inside of China at this moment, while the People's Liberation Army is also conducting armed action, well, not necessarily armed action, but armed drills currently in the South China Sea with a large People's Liberation Army Navy contingent, including one of the 3 Chinese aircraft carriers. We've also been able to hear that inside the Middle East, it appears that American talks with the Islamic Republic of Iran may have completely fallen apart, as the scheduled talks at Muscat in the capital of Oman have been postponed indefinitely at this moment, and this also came as the United States has announced a new wave of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, barring any country from purchasing or importing, or any person for that matter, oils or petroleum products from the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have also been able to hear that the United States of America has unfortunately had a serious incident today, as an AGM-88 HARM anti-radiation missile has been captured largely intact by the Yemeni Houthis, which may further be transferred into the Islamic Republic of Iran to allow them to research and develop their own rip-off variant of an anti-radiation missile like the AGM-88 HARM. Meanwhile, inside of Syria, we've also been able to hear that Kolani forces are now advancing onto the Druze stronghold of As-Suwaida, while the Israeli government has also stated that they conducted an airstrike near to the center of Damascus last night as a stern warning to the Kolani government and forces that continued aggression against the Druze people will result in Israeli armed action almost inevitably. We have also been able to hear inside of the war in Ukraine, outside of the drone attacks that occurred in Crimea overnight, that the Ukrainian armed forces have continued their offensives in the area of Pokrovsk and Toretsk and have continued to push back the Russian Federation on both of those fronts little by little. Nevertheless, we have an absolutely massive amount of news today, and I do have to point this out that this is just the preliminary kind of rundown of everything that we have to cover tonight, and it's already taken about 8 minutes just to get through all of the big topic items and not the smaller items that we also have to cover as well tonight. It is a huge night, a massive night indeed to be covering news, and it's also a major diplomatic shift in the U.S.'s foreign policy towards the Russian Federation, as we are now seeing that not only is it going from being slightly sympathetic to the Russian Federation, it is now going into being unfriendly, if not more openly hostile than the prior administration's stance and rhetoric against the Russian Federation due to the talks and how they've been developing. But nevertheless, getting into the major news of the day, we are going to be heading down into the area of the Crimean Peninsula, which has been attacked significantly by Ukrainian forces overnight. The Crimean Peninsula is an incredibly important strategic asset of the Russian Federation and the state of Ukraine that has been contested since the Russian annexation of Crimea, the illegal annexation, in 2014. Since then, the Russian Federation has used the Crimean Peninsula as a major staging area for Russian ground forces, Russian air forces, and also the Russian Black Sea Fleet based out of Sevastopol. For years now, the state of Ukraine has attempted to mitigate the importance of the Crimean Peninsula to the Russian Federation and has done this to decent varying degrees of success. We have seen the Ukrainian drone attacks over prior months have actually ensured that most most of the Russian Air Force, once operating out of the wide number of air bases within the peninsula, have been relegated to the mainland, as Ukrainian drone attacks made it incredibly clear that air assets staged at the area of the Crimean Peninsula were at a constant threat of being under attack and destroyed in the process. This means that the Crimean Peninsula has lost a lot of its importance for being an asset for the Russian Air Force. Not only that, but the Russian Navy, while I just had one of the worst voice cracks of the show right there, the Russian Navy, based out of Sevastopol, has also seen that its importance of its historic and actual legacy port, for the large part, has been greatly diminished over the course of the war, as Ukrainian drone attacks have the exact same effect on Russian naval forces in Sevastopol as they did on the Russian Air Forces at the multiple air bases across Crimea. Due to crippling attacks inside the port of Sevastopol, the large remainder that is left of the combat fleet of the Black Sea Fleet has been moved to the Vostochny Rayon inside of the area of the city of Novorossiysk. And to this day, you can actually see on satellite footage that the piers and moorings of the Vostochny Rayon are far more active than they ever were before the war in Ukraine commenced. With this all in mind, the only importance that is left to the Crimean Peninsula is largely that of the Russian army, as the Russian army has continued to use the Crimean Peninsula as a quick move around through from an opposite of the land bridge to be able to get supplies and forces rapidly into the area of Kherson, and to ensure that they are able to keep a large and well-manned garrison of troops along the Dnipro River area to be able to ensure that the state of Ukraine is not able to conduct a successful landing attempt on the other side of the shores of the river and then begin an offensive heading towards the Crimean Peninsula itself, and also further threatening the land bridge in the south from a new front. This appears to be something that the Ukrainians consider to be a serious military target for these reasons, and the only thing that's really protecting this corridor at this point is the Russian air defense systems and radars, which continue to look into the skies above Crimea and attempt to detect those incoming Ukrainian drones, which can rain havoc on the Russian ground armies, supply lines, and logistic forces, which are continuously streaming into Kherson on a weekly basis. The Ukrainian armed forces have conducted a significant stage or series of attacks overnight, which targeted and destroyed a large variety of the Russian radar installations and air defense systems, which are used to protect the Russian ground forces below and to be able to ensure that the supply lines are continuing to run at the best efficiency possible. Funnily enough, Twitter doesn't really seem to like to work right now, but we're going to wait for it to work because the Enforcer channel in the Lee Spring Army is stronger than your strongest Twitter server. But eventually, these clips will load. And they finally did. And so we're going to be moving on into our first one here, which was actually published by the SBU itself. We're going to be muting the audio there, but we can see the Ukrainian drones using infrared to target, find, and punish the Russian surface-to-air missile systems and also their supporting forces in these multiple clips. We can see right here in this one that it appears to be flying over a specially made air defense facility with dugouts that house all of the air defense missile launchers and the radars themselves. We can see them hitting one of the radars right there. We can also see them hitting another radar system in the field right there. And we can now see another drone flying right into the shoreline and hitting what appears to be an S-300 missile launcher system right here as well. We can then see a pack of wild horses on the beaches of Crimea. A little bit of a rare sight. You don't really get to see wild horses much, really anywhere in Ukraine.
Yeah, it looks like a pack of Russian military vehicles if they're not being too careful.
Man, dude, we would say these are wild horses. The Russians would say that this is an entire motor pool on the run right there.
Hey, this is the dealership right here, right in this open field.
Dude, the Russians go out to the beach and they see these horses. They go, "How much for the big one?" That's like honestly a shame. But anyways, we can see them hitting this 9S-32 radar system here, just about a few miles inland, and also hitting it as well. A large amount of radar systems were destroyed last night, and actually appears to be a pretty dark night for the Russian Federation's air defense forces, both figuratively and literally. Due to the lack of radar systems that have now been destroyed overnight, this is going to be leaving a decent amount of blind spots over the territory of the Crimean Peninsula that Ukrainian drones would be able to fly through and largely be undetected or far less detected than seen in other times throughout the entirety of the past few months. We've also been able to see in this clip here that Ukrainian drones were impacting some target near to the area of Simferopol, which is in the not really the geographic center, but to me, this is the closest to geographic center that any major city in the Crimean Peninsula is. But we were able to hear that there were drone strikes happening around the outskirts of Simferopol overnight. We were not able to confirm the targets and also the name of the town that was given here. I was not able to geolocate that before the clip and actually figure out any kind of landmarks that would give us a perfect location of where this is, but this is somewhere around the major city of Simferopol, which was hit quite significantly, which we can see in the clip right here. Dude, that was literally
just like he was a fax machine or something, like he was getting that on the Morse code.
Dude, that was literally just like the soundboard of people in there. Like one of them went, and then another one went, ooh! It's like, bro, what are they doing? It's like, but we did get to see the hit. The hit was confirmed on film. But once again, we do not have a damage assessment yet, and we really do not know what was damaged around Simferopol, but we were able to confirm the hit. There is a chance that it could have been a military airfield north of Simferopol, but once again, Russian aircraft have rarely based at this point out of Simferopol or anywhere inside of the Crimean Peninsula at this point. So if they have started to rebase Russian Air Force aircraft in Simferopol, this will actually be the first time that we've ever been able to confirm that on stream with picture or video evidence or any reports for that matter from any kind of a source. From what we've known over the past year, hardly any of the Russian Air Force's aviation wings have been operating out of Crimea, and so if we see that an air wing was hit and damaged, this will be the first time that we've ever heard of their return to Crimea, and this strike will already be causing significant damage to the now returned air wings that may be operating out of Crimea. But moving on from those clips inside of Crimea and on into something that's a little bit broader in scope and something that is apparently bringing in a large amount of people tonight is the rapidly shifting diplomatic situation between the Russian Federation and the United States. And I want to make sure that we are able to catch people up here with what has been going on over the past few months as the U.S. has attempted to negotiate a peace in Ukraine and what has been going on at this point. Crazily enough, it actually falls within a prediction that we made about a year and 4 months ago, crazily enough. We said that this was going to happen, but it got pretty iffy, so we threw the theory aside. But it now appears that it came roundabout full circle to actually end up being the correct theory the whole time. So let us begin way back in the day, and then we'll catch up to now. And when I mean way back in the day, I only mean a couple of months ago. So, as many of you all know, there was an election in November inside the United States that was able to determine the future of who would be the president of the United States, and also change up some of the seats in the Congress and the Senate. Nevertheless, a new president, some senators, and some representatives were elected in the course of that 2024 presidential and congressional election, and in the process of that, a new president came in. Many people were a little bit concerned because the president of the United States, well, the new incoming president, now current president of the United States, was stating that the Russian Federation and the state of Ukraine should stop the killing as soon as possible, and largely was avoiding the understanding about what the actual war has started over, and whether the Russian Federation actually would ever want to enter into earnest peace negotiations to actually end the war. Then, when the president actually was inaugurated, and the president began to fulfill his official duties as the president of the United States, we then saw that a negotiator was picked, let's see here, Steve Witkoff is his name. I was about to say Mike Besson, which is the Secretary of the Treasury. He's not the right guy. But Steve Witkoff was selected to be our chief negotiator, not only for the Russian Federation, but also the special envoy to the Middle East simultaneously. The envoy to the Russian Federation and the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, went over to the Russian Federation and started to engage in negotiations with the Russian government. It became fairly clear early on that the Russian Federation was not operating in good faith in any of these negotiations, and were practically unrelenting on having all of their terms met before a ceasefire would even be reached. The original proposition by the state of Ukraine and the United States of America to present to the Russians was that the Russian Federation and the state of Ukraine would enter into a 1-month ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire of all forces on land, sea, and air without any preconditions, meaning that neither side would have to achieve anything for the other to be able to get into the negotiations, meaning the war just stopped, and then it would move entirely into the diplomatic negotiating phase. The Russian Federation outright refused and stated that they would have to have certain demands met before they ever accepted the state of Ukraine entering into a ceasefire with the Russian Federation. And this was when things were fairly clear that they were going to fall apart, but nevertheless, the U.S. continued to run the diplomats and the chief negotiator into a brick wall over and over as they continued to try and see if the Russian Federation might accept a ceasefire under these terms or those terms and a million other terms. Over the course of about the past 2 months, we have heard at least, I would say, 12 to 16 different terms for a ceasefire, just a 1-month ceasefire, that have been laid out to the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation has pretty much outright rejected all of the propositions for one reason or another. Fast forward to recently, and we were able to hear that once again, the United States of America was attempting through our negotiators to try and just get a 1-month ceasefire on the table with the Russian Federation. And the Russian Federation stated today, before this completely fell apart, according to the Foreign Ministry, that the Russians will not allow Ukraine to restore the 1991 borders. And the 1991 borders are actually the borders you see here on the Google map. The current borders, if you want to say the active front line is the current border, are these in red right here. That's actually the current border that Ukraine and Russia have, but this is what the Russian Federation is saying that they will never allow Ukraine to return to, which is the 1991 borders from when Ukraine declared their secession from the Soviet Union. I was about to say succession, which is not correct. It's secession. But nevertheless, right now, the Russian Federation stated that earlier in the morning. And things seem to be kind of doing the same that they've been doing for months now. It appeared that the U.S. negotiating team was going to start running into a brick wall again, and we were going to go about this in a full circle. But then something snapped this morning, and we don't really know what it was, but something snapped inside of the office of the president, and things are just going very differently. And if you don't believe me, we actually have the words from the president's mouth right here. And I'll read the quote. We're not going to play the video because there might be a copyright on the video, but I will read y'all the direct quote from the video. And if you want to actually see the video yourself, you can go and click on the link in the description below that takes you to our Twitter where you can go and see this yourself. But this was the president's statements on Putin. If you don't make a deal, we will give him, as in Zelensky, a lot. And this is speaking directly of weapons and military support, more than he ever got. So now we're seeing that the President of the United States has moved from saying that Putin is a nice guy who actually respects the United States to saying if he doesn't respect the United States, we're actually going to give the Ukrainians more weapons than they've ever been given over the course of the entire war, to allow the Ukrainians to bomb them into submission. This is a fairly big change. I'm sure many people can see that because we've never really heard something like that before. So, of course, if you want to see the president actually say that, go click on the link in the description below, and you can go straight to the Twitter and you can go see the clip in its full entirety. We might not be able to have copyright permissions to show it on stream. Moving on from that, however, we were also able to hear that simultaneously, the U.S. Congress has approved a $50 million arms shipment to Ukraine. This is the first time, as a matter of fact, that we have heard of such a thing being done under the current administration in the support of Ukraine, and it appears to be something that is showing that the times are changing and more rapidly than we ever really anticipated. We expected it would be a lot slower of a change, but it literally went from Putin is a nice guy to Putin is a bastard within about a 36-hour period. So with that in mind, a lot of people have started to speak. A lot of people right now in the live chat are speaking about the U.S. president threatening Putin to make a deal, or we're going to give Zelensky more than he's ever gotten, and that's in terms of weapons. And a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts on this one, and it seems as though there are some decently different kinds of opinions on this one at the moment. But nevertheless, there seems to be a prevailing thought or idea that's spreading amongst the Lee Spring Army, and that is the idea that the United States, on an official presidential level or a federal level, has turned against the Russian Federation once and for all, and they're no longer going to be playing the games that the Russian Federation keeps insisting that we jump the hoops through. Some others are saying that it's just the United States empty yapping. That seems to be one of the more prevailing mindsets behind the majority opinion, and the least majority opinion is that it seems like a shift, a possible shift, but a lot of people are wanting some more info before they jump right in and say that the U.S. is turning against the Russian Federation. And a few people are undecided on it and really don't know what to pick. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well? Because the statements in their own right are unheard of, at least at this point, from this current administration. In fact, we've never really even heard anything this aggressive, even in the last administration. So this is a little bit of a major change, at least in the wordage, and followed up by a slight bit of action with a $50 million worth of support being sent to Ukraine. So what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So, yeah, certainly an extremely bold statement to make by the current U.S. administration, because so far we've seen a really bad flip-flopping between supporting Ukraine and also going against Ukraine's interests. So this is certainly a groundbreaking statement by any means. So what are your thoughts about the statement? 44% said the U.S. has effectively turned against Russia and the Putin regime, while 27% said the U.S. is simply empty yapping, and 22% said it seems like a shift, but we need some more information because some people are still a little bit skeptical. And this was backed up today, like the enforcer said, by that $50 million arms shipment to Ukraine that was approved by the current U.S. administration. And even though I will say that amount is not really revolutionary, $50 million is not a whole lot of money in the scheme of the war. To us, it seems like a lot of money, but in the scheme of war, that's kind of peanuts. But the big deal is it marks a shift in the mindset, because the current U.S. administration was basically against sending any more aid whatsoever to Ukraine when it comes to brand new aid. And this is a new approval of a new shipment. So that is groundbreaking in itself. And this comes right after the minerals deal was finalized. It's now in force. And the mineral deal seems to have softened up the U.S. position when it comes to supporting Ukraine's war effort. So what this turns into, it's sort of unclear at the moment, but it does mark a massive shift. And also the threat to Putin to make a deal, or Zelensky will get more than ever. That is a direct threat to Putin once again. And with Putin clearly not wanting to end the war, I think we're going to see Zelensky getting more than he's ever gotten as a result of this threat right here. So I'm actually with the 44%. I'm going to go ahead and say it was actually predicted this 2 days ago. This was about to happen. I think the U.S. has turned against Russia, and it's in motion right now. But it may take a week or two longer before things really get ramped up, but it is heading that way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, it does appear that the United States is turning against the Russian Federation. I see a decent amount of people stating the opposite. And of course, I know that many people are a lot more pragmatic than we are. We are usually optimists on the channel for what would be the most beneficial for American and Western interests. And at this moment, if the President of the United States starts to shift U.S. foreign policy decision-making to being hostile against the Russian Federation, that is the best case scenario that we could see right now for U.S. and Western interests and their securities inside of Eastern Europe at this moment. So I would say that hopefully we'll be seeing that that is the case, and I'm largely believing that it is. A lot of people have been saying, and I've seen some of this in the chat tonight, that the President of the United States is largely pro-Russian. But the thing about that is that if he was, then we wouldn't start to openly threaten the Russian Federation on national television, and also through other channels as well, which we're starting to see is becoming a lot more open. Also, we wouldn't have approved $50 million, which I do have to say is nothing but like a drop in the bucket in reality. $50 million really doesn't get you far in a war. $50 million in a large total war scale is quite truly peanuts. But beyond that, it is a major change, at least for this current administration, because while we've been seeing that support has been flowing to Ukraine throughout the entirety of the current administration, all of that support was approved by the prior administration and by the Congress during the last term of the last presidential administration. So with that in mind, the approval of about an additional $50 million of support, while small initially, is starting to show a little bit of a chip or a crack in the foundation of the lack of support that we've seen for Ukraine so far by this current presidency. And I believe that it's going to start showing, especially with the hard line statements that the Russian Federation is making today, that we'll probably start to go back to supporting Ukraine. And we do have to point out that there are some pretty decent reasons why, and I'll try and go through them. One, the President of the United States cannot let Ukraine lose. It's largely understood that if anything is considered a loss in the world, it will be attributed to the United States. If the United States backed out of Ukraine completely, and then Ukraine ended up falling to the Russian Federation in a couple of years, that would be considered a defeat by the United States. Well, that would be considered a U.S. defeat in large, and that would also be considered a stain against the current president's record, because there would have been a major defeat in Eastern Europe on his watch. And that is something that you generally don't want to, you don't want to dabble in. And also another thing that I have to point out is that this guy in particular is greatly focused on image. So what kind of image would it give if the state of Ukraine got completely steamrolled under his administration? It wouldn't look good for him. So it appears that at this point, a lot of people have been saying, and a lot of insiders that have been close to the president are saying that he is actually viewing it that if the state of Ukraine lost the war, it's going to look poorly on him. So there is a reason why he can't actually let Ukraine lose, whether he is friendly with the Russians or not, if some people are wanting to say that. And I'm not entirely sure if he is friendly with the Russians or not, because if he was, he wouldn't be openly making these threatening statements to the Russian Federation at this point. There are also some other factors to consider, considering that the U.S. and Ukraine just signed the mineral deal, and we were able to hear today, although I didn't include these clips on our news coverage tonight, they are on our Twitter, however, that the President of the United States was saying that there will be a lot more heavy U.S. involvement internally inside of Ukraine, and that there will be security assurances pretty much provided to the American companies that will be jointly conducting the mining efforts in Ukraine, and if any of those companies ended up being attacked or damaged by Russian actions, that could possibly invoke a larger U.S. response in the entirety of the conflict. So that means that now, at least according to the president, there is some sort of an active U.S. internal stake in Ukraine at this point, at least according to the statements. Once again, we really don't know a lot about what's in the mineral deal. It's a very bare bones kind of an understanding that we have at the moment, but that was a statement that was made by the president today, which sounds like it's starting to become protectionist of American interests inside of Ukraine, and that's largely going to be the greater framework or justification that would be given for further U.S. military support or U.S. support to Ukraine in the future in the current conflict. But still, a lot of people have been talking about the $50 million that we've been speaking about here and there, and also covered just a little while ago, that has been approved by the administration in its first arms shipment to Ukraine after signing the mineral deal. And a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts on this. And a lot of people, a large majority, are saying that this is a baby step, but a great step in the right direction. Others are saying that it's absolutely meaningless and it's a small amount, and others are saying that it's a little bit better than nothing, and some are undecided. But it does appear that we were able to get a broad majority here on this one, that a lot of people are considering that this is an absolutely great step in the right direction. It may be a small one for now, but it will hopefully snowball into being much larger flows of support that are coming from the United States to the state of Ukraine in the current conflict. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so 64% of the audience said it is a great step in the right direction, while 17% said it's really better than nothing but not too major, and 13% said it's really meaningless because the amount is simply too small. And like I said earlier, it's really not about the amount right now. This is the first step in the right direction. This is not the final step. So while it may be only $50 million, and that's not a whole lot in the scheme of things, it does mark a major shift. And also another thing as well is, with this very bold threat being made that if Putin does not make a deal, then Zelensky is going to get more, that suggests that the president is still leaning heavily into the idea of negotiating with Russia and trying to coerce them and force them into a settlement, which we know that is never going to happen. Putin's already doubled down by attacking Ukrainian civilians in the midst of these negotiations and also trying to stall for time. And already, all of Putin's cronies have ruled out pretty much every reasonable negotiation conclusion scenario. They've basically ruled all of those out. So there is no end to this war. That's pretty clear at this point. So it will end up, if the president does follow through with his threat, it will end up being that Zelensky gets more than he's ever gotten before. So hopefully the $50 million first package turns into the subsequent $50 billion second or third package. So hopefully it's going that direction, because Ukraine really needs that to help bring the war to an end. So I think it's going that way. And I know there's a lot of skeptics about that, but I'm feeling pretty confident in this one. And of course, the president has flip-flopped quite a bit. So I understand why you are skeptical, but I think right now Putin is making it impossible to negotiate. And under that premise, the president can't be perceived to lose in Ukraine by letting Russia take it. So Putin is basically going to force the president's hand to go against Russia. So I think it is heading that way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it is a great step in the right direction. And I've seen a lot of people trying to mitigate it into something that's meaningless. But the thing is, folks, is that it's a major shift, at least in terms of what we've seen so far. Over the past few months, not a drop, pretty much the same thing that India said to Pakistan, not a drop of U.S. money has been put into Ukraine that was not already approved by the Congress and the President of the United States of the last administration. So this is a major shift. It went from no support to there is some support. It's not a large amount. It's only $50 million, but that is still a major change, because it's now gone from no support to support. So with that in mind, I would have to say that this is a great step in the right direction. It is showing that the current administration may actually return to supporting the state of Ukraine quite significantly. Now it's actually opening up the reality where that can actually happen. So I would say that this is a significant step in the right direction, and once again, the Russian Federation can only run circles around us for so long before we're forced to make a binary response to them running circles around us. The President of the United States cannot sit here forever and have circles run around the diplomatic teams where the Russian Federation goes, well, if Ukraine gives up, and if Ukraine does this, and if Ukraine does that, and, they do this and they do that, and we get nowhere for years, and then they go, and we might finally end the war at some point. We can't keep doing that. There's really no response that we can give at this point, rather than to just walk away from the negotiating table and support the state of Ukraine until the war ends. There's really nothing else we can do. And a lot of people like to, I guess a lot of people are kind of a little bit politically charged. I've seen a lot of politically charged comments tonight, and I do want to say that this channel does not support any political opinions, or it doesn't really pick a political side as well. I want to make that a little bit clear. And also, we do not allow politically charged comments in the chat. You can say that you don't believe that this is going to be long term, but we don't support people coming in here and bashing people in politics just for the sake of bashing them. That's not what we do. And that's also not what we allow as well, just to put that out there. But nevertheless, it is quite obvious at this point that there is really only one action that the United States can make in response to what the Russians are doing, which is to continue to support the state of Ukraine. Otherwise, what are we going to do? We're not going to let the Russians win. That would be considered a defeat by the United States. And also, another thing that we do have to remember is that there's been a similar situation, at least where a lot of money was left behind, and we consider it to be a really bad thing. Look at Afghanistan, $7 billion left behind. The Taliban, they're driving around in Humvees, they're flying Black Hawks, they are walking around in Bagram Air Force Base. Absolutely pitiful. So what would it look like if we, dumped $100 billion in Ukraine and then we just walked away and they lost? That wouldn't look that good. I mean, that just wouldn't look good at all. Then the whole thing would be, well, we just threw $100 billion down the sink, and we didn't even make sure to pretty much, keep that investment alive to where it will return dividends at some point. So once again, there's got to be a binary response to this, and if the Russians have run circles around us, which they have for months, the only thing we can do in response is go back to supporting Ukraine until the Russians get beat down badly enough that they actually do come to the negotiating table, and they're actually operating with a premise of being fair, or at least cooperative with U.S. negotiating efforts. That largely is the reality of it.
And also another factor as well is with North Korea getting involved, also China getting involved, and Iran also stepping in as well in this war. They're all involved in some way or another. This is turning into much more than simply Russia versus Ukraine. This is turning into an entire group of Axis powers against the West, basically fighting in Ukraine, but a proxy fight against the West just in Ukrainian territory. So that is starting to be the way I'm viewing it. Is it's basically a referendum wouldn't be the right word, but it's basically testing the capabilities and strength of the Axis alliance against the Western alliance. So it's very important to make sure that we win in Ukraine, not just for Ukraine's territorial integrity, but also to show this alliance that they can't get away with simply teaming up and bullying the West in submission. That can't be the way it goes. And with those countries jumping in, and especially with China in recent days, really rearing their heads up and showing themselves not just in Moscow at the parade, but also sending in supplies and other military aid to Ukraine to for the Russians to fight against the Ukrainians. That's pretty bad. And once again, that's a message that China is sending to the West to let us know that they are basically telling us they'll do whatever the hell they want and we won't do anything about it. So by supporting Ukraine, we're smacking down China, Russia, and Iran and the other Axis powers all at the same time.
And so hopefully we will see, adding on to what Matthew's saying there, hopefully we will see that the U.S. returns to supporting Ukraine. And also, like Matthew's saying, we are seeing the rise of practically a unified Axis power. A lot of these countries that we consider here on the channel to be against American Western interests are openly starting to band together. We're seeing that the Chinese will be openly present this year at the May 9th Victory Day Parade as a symbolic gesture of union with the Russian Federation. We've seen that the North Koreans have been involved in the war for several months at this point, about 8 months, and have officially been declared to be involved, and not only that, have officially declared to have joined the war as an active belligerent on the Russian Federation side just a few days ago. So it's quite clear that a lot of these countries are starting to make it open and obvious that they are operating against American interests and taking a collective and concerted effort to do so. The United States can't make a bad look by going, we'll give favoritism to the Russians, which is pretty much helping out the Chinese when you think about it in a roundabout way, because if the Russians, the North Koreans, and the Chinese are working in unison, a Russian victory in Ukraine is largely a Chinese victory in the world in some form. So we cannot allow that to succeed, because it will end up setting a bad precedent that will allow this Axis power to steamroll the Allied forces wherever we may be in the world. So I have a feeling that U.S. support is going to be ramping up beyond just this small 50 million. It's most likely going to return back to the floodgate that it once was under the prior administration. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least with the information that we have right now. And who knows, maybe there will be a 180 conducted tomorrow, and then a lot of people will be right. But at this moment, it does appear that there is finally the major shift happening in the current U.S. administration that we've been hoping for, and that we'll get back to status quo and making sure that the state of Ukraine is supported and armed against a mortal adversary of the United States and Western interests, the Russian Federation. But we have been able to hear in the meantime that the Russians appear to be in panic mode a little bit, because for the Russians, the latest deal between the U.S. and Ukraine is a heavy defeat, and Putin will increasingly feel the need to meet the President of the United States. And so it's looking as though the Russian Federation may be having a little bit more of a difficult time with this thing all around, now that the U.S. position is starting to change. Moving on from that, however, we have also been able to hear that the French Republic is now stating that there will be a new round of sanctions conducted by the European Union, as European countries are preparing a new package of sanctions against Russia, according to the head of the French Foreign Ministry. So it does appear that not only is the United States of America going to be ramping up military support, possibly here in the inevitable future against the Russian Federation, but it also appears that the European Union will be passing another round of sanctions against the Russian Federation to further crimp them down in an economic form. We have also been able to hear in other news inside the United States today let me make sure that we get this. Okay, let me make sure that we get this right, because we were going to have to move on to Iran here for a second. I was wanting to make sure to find it. That there appears to be a little bit of an escalation between the United States and Iran, and it also appears that the diplomatic talks have also fallen apart with Iran about the same time that they've fallen apart with Russia, because we were able to hear that according to Oman, the diplomatic talks that were supposed to be held in between the U.S. and Iran in Muscat have been postponed indefinitely, as Oman's foreign minister has confirmed reports that U.S.-Iran talks set for this Saturday, May 3rd, have been postponed to a yet undetermined date. Citing sources with knowledge on the matter, Reuters also reported that the meeting for Saturday was not confirmed by the U.S. It also appears that at the exact same time as that diplomatic negotiation has been postponed indefinitely, that the President of the United States has now issued new sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And to read right here, I don't know why they're written this way, but I'm just going to read it how it was written. Alert: all purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. All caps, exclamation point. Any country or person who buys, in all caps, any amount of oil or petrochemicals from Iran will be subject to immediately secondary sanctions. They will not be allowed to do business with the United States of America in any way, shape, or form. And thank you for attention to this matter. I don't know why it ended like a publication from like the principal's office at school. But beyond that, it does appear that there's now been a second wave of sanctions that have been imposed against the Islamic Republic of Iran, apparently showing that diplomatic talks have now ceased, and we're now moving towards acting hostilely against the Islamic Republic of Iran with the levying of these new sanctions. It also appears that the levying of these new sanctions may be an act against the People's Republic of China directly, because the People's Republic of China is a large purchaser of Iranian oil products, more so than other Middle Eastern countries, which also lightly import to China, but Iran is the major importer of Chinese oils at this point. It does appear that that may also be an attempt by the President of the United States to create a tit-for-tat where Chinese tariffs may be lifted if China stops purchasing Iranian oil, which is a possibility. There may be a possibility that is a diplomatic maneuver attempted here in the future, because some may know that the tariffs against the People's Republic of China are going to be going into effect tomorrow, and it already does appear that there is going to be a massive amount of economic fallout as a result of this, including a large amount of small businesses who entirely rely on Chinese goods, tooling, and manufacturing to keep their businesses running and to have goods coming through their doors and out of them to their consumers, may possibly be going under if these sanctions lasted for long, which could start to pose some significant damage and threat to a decent amount of U.S. small businesses. So there may be an attempt to create a situation where the U.S. can gracefully exit from the Chinese tariff war, because we've also been able to hear that simultaneously the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, has stated that we need to see a de-escalation with China on tariffs. So it does appear that the United States may be prepping itself to give the Chinese and itself an easy way out and simply have the Chinese transfer a lot of their oil purchase orders to other countries inside of the Middle East, like Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, in exchange for the dropping of U.S. tariffs. That seems to be, at least to me, a fairly straightforward sort of a diplomatic transaction that may be conducted, so that way the U.S. administration can save face and say that the Chinese had to do something in return to have the tariffs lifted. And this also gives the Chinese an easy way out, because they are able to continue to see that one of their major export partner, the United States, is once again an open market, and also all they have to do is really transfer their oil purchase orders to other countries inside the Middle East. The oil cost won't really change too much as a result of that. So it does appear that many people are believing, well, at least speaking about the U.S. officials telling all countries to stop purchasing Iranian oil or face sanctions. And a lot of people have been wondering, as I've been speaking about the Chinese situation and the possible diplomatic exchange that we may try and conduct with the Chinese here, whether or not the Chinese actually will comply with that kind of a statement. And a lot of people are saying that the Chinese will not comply, and the U.S. will have to slap them with them sanctions. Others are saying that it's an empty bluff by the United States, and the United States would not follow through on that kind of a threat. Others are unsure and undecided, and only a very small percentage are saying that the Chinese will actually stop purchasing Iranian oils and instead shift their purchase orders to other Middle Eastern countries. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so this was another very big and bold move by the U.S. president today, and this was aimed directly at China. There's no mistake about that. China is a major importer of Iranian oil and one of their largest purchasers of oil. And for a long time, many people have said that with China buying so much oil from Iran, China is essentially funding the terrorist proxy groups that Iran funds by indirectly purchasing that oil. So that's a pretty big deal right there, and it looks like it's been directly threatened today that they better stop or else. Notably, though, China was not mentioned in the actual statement, but clearly that was who it was intended to be pointed at. So 53% said no, the U.S. will slap them with sanctions and China will not comply, while 11% said yes, China will comply and stop purchasing Iranian oil, and 27% said it's really just an empty bluff by the United States. And sanctions. That's a big one right there. To put sanctions on China to this degree, that would be a pretty monumental move, even when it comes to the bad relations between China and the United States. So that's a pretty big one. Honestly, I'm a little bit on the fence about this. I definitely don't think China's going to comply. Like, I know China's probably not going to comply with this whatsoever, but the question is this a bluff by the United States or is it not? And like I said, I'm on the fence. It could be just a major bluff, or it could be that the U.S. is actually going to slap monumental sanctions on China in the midst of this tariff war situation. So honestly, I'm just going to be kind of unsure on this one and take the cop out. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this is a really tough one to pick. I've seen some people talking about their ideas on the People's Republic of China and the trade war that's going to be commencing pretty much tomorrow with the tariffs actually going into effect. But I would have to say that I don't really think the Chinese are going to be as gung-ho and dead and steady with keeping this trade war going as a lot of people would believe. Trade wars are devastating. Trade wars actually do not benefit really anybody. They're actually damaging to both parties involved. Some people want to debate that, but that's just a fact of life with trade wars. Like, some people can try and say that America is going to just hammer the Chinese and the Chinese are just going to hammer the United States. The reality is that both sides have just cut off about a $500 billion global trade, both in imports and exports in between the two countries, that will no longer be happening, which is going to start causing some major economic rifts, because that's $500 billion that just had its current flow interrupted. So there's going to be a lot of major problems because of that on both sides. So with that in mind, considering that both sides are pretty much looking down the barrel of a pistol that they put to their heads, both of them are probably going to be wanting to try and move that barrel a little bit further away from their heads. So if the United States asks the Chinese to not buy Iranian oil and to just buy other oil and they would lift the tariffs, that might actually be something that China would be willing to accept. It actually doesn't compromise China's trading position with the United States, nor does it really compromise their fuel security or energy security, at least at that point, because they would still be able to get the same fuel resources from other countries. So in my opinion, I actually would have to be with a small percentage that they might actually be willing to accept something like that, because money talks a lot more than people would think. And considering that the People's Republic of China has been dealing with significant GDP stagnation over the prior years, they would not like to see their GDP start to plummet along with the United States and start to go into economic stagnation and possibly a major economic depression. And so they would much rather conduct some sort of an easy way out, so that way the trade war ends on both sides, and that way the trade can continue to flow in between the two countries. That's what I'm largely assuming at this point, because there is really no way that this would end up well for either. And also, I've tried to do a little bit more research to look into this. This trade situation in between China and the United States, crazily enough, it's not really flexible at all for either side. There's literally no flexibility involved at all. China actually really can't shift a lot of their products into Europe. Europe largely just will not accept most Chinese products. The United States, on the other hand, has consumer laws that are a lot less lax, so we will be able to accept pretty much all Chinese products, meaning that the market that is expected to exist in Europe really doesn't actually exist, at least for a lot of the products that America buys that Europe doesn't. Those companies would quite literally just start to implode in China because there would be no active consumer base. On the other hand, in the United States, there are a large amount of companies that rely entirely on Chinese manufacturing at this moment, or some form of Indian manufacturing. And so if that trade is completely cut off in some way, shape, or form, they do not have any way to really work this out. And this is something that I've been following a little bit, so I'll explain this to some people, because this is an interesting one. And this is a very, very niche part of the U.S. economy, and also of anything, but it's been a very interesting one to follow, because I've heard a lot of people trying to explain it in that industry, and it's a very interesting one, which is the hobby industry in the United States. Most people play video games these days. It's a much easier medium to try and get into, and it's not physical at all, it's digital. But in the hobby world, most electronics that are produced, or any kind of models for that matter that are produced, are largely produced in one of three countries, either the People's Republic of China, South Korea, or Japan. Japan and South Korea, at least historically, have always had the upper hand advantage on creating high quality models of any kind inside the hobby industry, and this means that they pretty much have had the economic cutting edge against the United States, even really before the emergence of a global economic system. Pretty much in the proto-economic system, they already had a competitive edge against the United States for those reasons in the hobby industry. The People's Republic of China invested heavily, especially in the southern regions of China, which are the wealthiest, near Shenzhen and the Guangdong province, in being able to produce a lot of these highly complicated electronic and well-detailed models that a lot of people covet greatly in the modeling world. For this reason, these companies actually are not really able to ever transfer any of that over into the United States, because, to put it this way, there is actually not a skilled enough workforce, at least in that criteria, for that. And that sounds a little bit shocking, because a lot of people think there's no way that China, South Korea, or Japan has a more skilled workforce than America in any kind of a way, shape, or form. But crazily enough, that actually is true. I did not know that until about 2 days ago. But as it was being explained, American hobby companies and American model makers were never able to make their models to the same quality or degree as their foreign competitors in Japan, South Korea, and then eventually in the current day, the People's Republic of China. Meaning,
well, you know how China does it, right? The Chinese, they're not really artisans necessarily, but you're referencing specifically like model production, like model cars, model trains, and things like that for the hobby industry. It's just that China has a large volume of workers working on one type of model. So, for example, instead of one worker needing to know how to paint and assemble the entire model, they simply have tons of different workers doing small sections of the model, and it makes it a lot easier to train the workers, because you have like 10 or 12 people working on one model instead of just one person memorizing how to build the whole thing.
That's true, but also the Japanese and the South Koreans kind of pioneered this whole detailed modeling sort of a category, but the Chinese were the ones who picked up on it recently. But that still is largely true. But the thing is that in the United States, none of that machining and tooling, also like say plastic mold injection, that is that high of a level actually has ever really existed in the United States. And that's really been entirely a Japanese and South Korean sort of a thing, and then the Chinese caught on in the last 20 years or so. So a lot of these American hobby companies, which once again, there are thousands of US model companies or hobby shops throughout the entirety of the United States, and there are also a large amount of companies in the United States of many different kinds that employ tens of thousands of US workers that are involved in some degree, way, shape, or form in this kind of an industry that will no longer have access to their entire product base because all of their products are largely being produced inside of China, meaning that a lot of these companies are no longer able to import the goods that they sold that they sold at retail price that was making them profits, meaning that a lot of these companies are looking at having to completely shut down and lay off their entire workforce, which once again nationwide could be tens of thousands of employees amongst all of these companies that could go under. And that's a very, very small, specific niche kind of an aspect of the U.S. economy that could be devastatingly affected by this kind of a trade war. But these kinds of things can expand into a much broader and wider kind of a category of businesses and companies that are looking at complete non-competitiveness because of the 145% tariffs, which will currently be implemented. So with that in mind, that's a thing that seems to be considered by the United States. We already see the Secretary of the Treasury is pretty much saying that there needs to be a drop in these tariffs because it most likely will create a great amount of economic hardship for a lot of U.S. companies that have relied entirely on some form of overseas manufacturing for a lot of their products.
So how many model trains are you panic ordering? In other words,
not a lot. Like just
oh,
a
okay.
handful. Like,
Good.
just
Don't go too crazy now.
just a small number of them. But of course, I see some people saying, "Who cares about models?" It's just an explanation of a specific niche category. Like I'm not going to sit here and break down every single category and get into the electronics category as a whole because that's the one that will be affected the most. And break down literally every single industry. This is just a small example of a small niche industry that could be affected, and a large amount of people could lose their shirts and their jobs about this inside the United States. And also, I saw Eric Kress talk about scale trains, which is actually one of the videos that I watched, and also I watched a couple of others too. But it was a fairly interesting thing, and of course, I want to point this out because this was something that a lot of people were talking about in the comments below that video. Some of you were talking about, oh, why don't they just be real entrepreneurs and get on that hustle and that grind like Andrew Tate? Why don't they just move it to America? Well, a lot of these companies just don't really work on massive margins. Making model trains or an RC car isn't something that makes you a multi-billionaire. It's a really niche kind of a thing, and a lot of these companies don't have a massive amount of reserve capital or really any at all beyond being able to pay off their staff. So with that in mind, these companies don't have the money to actually be able to open up the manufacturing, the tooling, and also train and employ the workforce that would be needed to manufacture these in the States. And not only that, considering that American employees are far more expensive per employee to actually pay and staff, that means that still the price of these models would become a lot more expensive. And that means that a lot of American consumers would just choose not to buy them, meaning that they moved all of their manufacturing to the United States for nothing because they're still going to be going out of business and they're still going to be looking at abysmal sales. And so that's kind of the reality for a lot of these businesses. They just can't make it. And a lot of people don't get that. A lot of people don't understand that at all, that small businesses work on very thin margins. They don't have massive amounts of capital like Amazon or a major company like that has quite literally billions of dollars sometimes just sitting inactively waiting for any kind of a given moment when the company has some external exigency where it has to do something rapidly. A lot of these small companies just don't have that ability. And so they largely are surviving on a perfectly balanced kind of an economic situation, and if anything starts to disrupt that in a major near apocalyptic scale like 145% tariffs, a lot of those companies could just go under, and there's nothing that they can do about it because they don't have enough reserve capital to be able to just try and work around it or fix it. They pretty much just get obliterated. So with that.
It's really a hideous problem when you think about it. Because me personally, I'm not trying to be like, super. Well, I guess you could say morally superior or something like that. But at the same time, I have never ever supported the idea of American companies taking their manufacturing overseas, like for example to China, because the people in China, they're not getting paid fairly. They're working in horrible conditions, and overall, it's just horrific. And they're paying wages that are just like basically slave wages. It's really awful. But at the same time, though, if it's not sustainable to bring that manufacturing back to the United States because the workers are getting paid too much, and for example, like the way I was just explaining a moment ago, let's take the model hobbies thing for an example. If you want to build a model die-cast car in America, you're not going to be able to hire those 12 Chinese workers that do the assembly line method that makes it super easy to make the model and to train those workers. You can't replicate that in the United States because those 12 workers would probably wipe out your entire profit margin compared to the 12 workers being paid on that very minimum wage, which is, horrifically low in China. So it's just a catch-22. Like it's two bad options here, too expensive in America, and it's too, I guess you could say, immoral to take it to China, and also not very American either to outsource the manufacturing like that. But it's a problem that the government should have dealt with a long time ago, and it's a problem that they should have regulated. But it's years and years of kicking it down the road. So here we are.
And also, I see a lot of people saying that we shouldn't have had the manufacturing in China in the first place. And I'd agree, but the problem is that it is there, and these are the cards we're dealt. We don't get to imagine and conjure up the cards into our hand that we would want to be able to win the game. These are the cards we've been handed, and right now there are a lot of people in America whose jobs and livelihoods that they've existed on and subsisted on for decades might be on the line right now because of actions we're making. And we have to keep those people in mind. You can't just go and start screwing over tens of thousands of Americans because we want to, morally grandstand on some kind of a principle. I would certainly agree that manufacturing needs to move out of China, but I think it needs to be done a lot more gradually and naturally than such an aggressive and abrupt shift that a lot of small companies will never be able to react to or respond to because they don't have that kind of money. That's largely what I would believe. I think that we should start to heavily encourage reshoring of manufacturing from China into other countries like Mexico, which is a very apt sort of a field right now for a lot of those companies to move into, or the People's Republic of Vietnam or the Republic of India, which are also incredibly likely options as well that are largely indifferent or slightly friendly to the United States in most instances, or in the term of Mexico, they are decently friendly. We don't really get a lot of problems out of Mexico except for the cartels. But I also see a lot of people saying, hey, that's capitalism for you. I don't think y'all know this, like the people who are saying this, but there usually has been a lot, and there is a lot of government regulation that exists right now that probably is keeping you in the very job you're in right now. Dairy farmers would not exist. Milk would not be in grocery stores right now if it wasn't for this insanely convoluted government regulation and control system that exists called the U.S. Dairy Board that ensures that dairy farmers don't go bankrupt. There is a whole system to make sure that the cheese and dairy industry in the United States actually exists. And if it wasn't for that extreme amount of government interference and regulation in that industry would have died 80 years ago. There are a load of others as well. The entire U.S. agricultural industry exists largely on some sort of a heavily regulated, federally controlled system to ensure that small farmers also don't get steamrolled and go bankrupt because of the insanely high costs of mechanized agriculture. There are a lot of regulations in the trucking industry, the railroad industry, the aviation industry, the manufacturing and industries. There are an insane amount of regulations in every industry to largely ensure that companies are not getting obliterated and steamrolled every single day. That is a historical trend, as a matter of fact, in the United States, and largely was a big thing of the Interstate Commerce Commission, which still exists to this day. Saying it's just capitalism and letting tens of thousands of Americans get steamrolled when that's never really happened in American history before, at least by a deliberate act of the government, is an undue service by a government that is supposed to be looking out for its constituents and citizenry, which makes up the bulk of the country. And so when we make decisions, the government isn't supposed to be making decisions that are deliberately going to harm tens of thousands of Americans. It should be trying to make decisions that attempt to safeguard and protect as many Americans as possible, their way of life, how they make their bread, all that sort of a deal. Because if not, then what is the U.S. government really looking out for if not for the people? That's the entire entire purpose and existence of the U.S. government in the first place. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, but hopefully we will see that there will be a decent way out. I think this might be the door out for both sides to get out of the trade war before it becomes incredibly devastating, because otherwise this could end up going poorly both for China and the United States, but we'll have to wait and see. Beyond that, though, it is time for us to move on into a question segment, because the international news has taken up some time, a great amount of time, in fact, and we still have a lot of news left to cover. And so, Matthew, what are people asking us, and what we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat segment of the night. Our first super chat goes to Thomas J, who puts in a very generous $100 donation, the largest super chat of the night. And thank you very much, Thomas, for that support and helping to keep the channel running through that support. And he said, I'm new to the channel and also welcome. He said, and I love the analysis. Great job, 2 thumbs up, and please accept this contribution in support of the channel.
I gotta thank you for the massive support, Thomas J. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Glad to hear that you're new and you love the analysis, because we try our best on this channel to make the best analysis possible and always make sure that it's focused on what will be best for the American citizenry and what will be the best for our collective Western interests. And I gotta thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And thank you so much for contributing and supporting to it, because we always say this, and you may be new, so you've never heard the speech before, but a lot of people have heard this thousands of times, probably over years, that nobody ever has to support this channel. Not a dime, not a drop. It is an entirely voluntary thing that people in the Elite Spring Army take up upon themselves to support this channel, but the people who do, and just a few dozens every night, help this channel to keep on running for millions of people over its entire history. We have had 150 million views on this channel over the course of 3 years, and the few dozen people who support this channel every single night, like you are tonight, help to make this channel reality for those hundreds of millions of people who've watched this show over the years. And I've got to thank you so much for supporting this channel tonight. I got to thank you for really being impressed with it off the bat, to support it that massively. And of course, your contribution will be helping us to keep this channel running for an incredibly long time, years on, hopefully into the future, and will be able to help us to continue to make this a full job and continue to make it the reality that we are able to say here on the stream, long live the Elite Spring Army, and the Elite Spring Army will never die. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And also, I see some people, I see so many people trying to debate me here, trying to debate me about things I was wrong. I saw someone say earlier, you are absolutely wrong about farmers. Farmers are not regulated by the government. Oh, buddy, you are just very misinformed on that one. I guess you don't know that the government for 70, 80 years, since FDR was president, has been paying farmers to destroy their crops at the end of every harvest, so that way we're able to regulate the crop prices so farmers don't go bankrupt. I guess you don't know about that one. We've been doing that forever. I remember when that was discovered by the mass of the public, and it became a huge conspiracy theory thing about a year or two ago. But the United States destroys, by pretty much the government's order, 40% of all the crops we produce in this country every single year. So that way the market isn't flooded with them, and food is literally pretty much worthless. So that way farmers are actually able to make money off the crops that do get to market. So what the government does, just to explain it to some people about how heavily regulated it is that in that instance alone, this is just one of the instances of regulation that they do, we will give out a check to farmers at the beginning of the planting season to not grow crops, or if there's been too many crops at the end of the season, we'll then give them a check to harvest the crops and then just destroy it all. So we'll do that with everything. We'll do that with dairy, we'll do that with grains, literally anything you can think of, even vegetables. We will just, the government will just give them a check and say, go destroy it. Because if it enters the open market, the price of all the food is going to start dropping and people are going to start going broke. And then there's a whole bunch of other government regulations on top of that as well. Like, for example, the amount of loans that the federal government gives out directly to farmers for them to be able to buy their equipment. Do you think Joe Blow and his trailer in the middle of Alabama running a 200-acre cotton field has enough money for a cotton picking machine that is hundreds of thousands of dollars? It's worth as much as a Bugatti. The answer to that's no. The reason why Joe Blow has his cotton picking machine out his several hundred acre cotton field is because the federal government gave him a massive loan, and he is pretty much paying that all for the rest of his life. He's pretty much a tenant farmer on his own land. But if it wasn't for the federal government giving him that loan and letting him have some element of mechanized agriculture, Joe Blow would not be competitive as a farmer. He would be destroyed because he would never be able to produce any kind of crop yields that would even give him enough money to even pay off a loan. He would literally be run out of business on his own land if it wasn't for that kind of government intervention in modern agriculture. Those kinds
It
of
also
things.
helps if Joe Blow has a fantastic FICO score of like 700 or above. That would be a fantastic help if you're trying to get a loan for a tractor or something.
Yeah, that would be a great thing to have. But nevertheless, those kinds of heavy regulations or really heavy government intervention is what makes the agricultural sector possible for those smaller farmers. They wouldn't be able to exist without that. And it really speaks volumes, I'll have to be honest, about the ignorance that a lot of Americans have, at least people who say those kinds of things, about the world that actually exists around you. Because the world goes farther beyond your grocery store and your local shops and Amazon online. There's an entire world out there that everyone is a part of in this country that is contributing in their each and every little small way that makes those goods that you see in the grocery store and on Amazon and in all of your local shops a reality. There's a giant world out there that makes it possible. And in that world, there is a decent amount of government intervention and regulation that makes it possible for a lot of these people to have the jobs they have and to live the life they're having right now. Without that, it would be absolute chaos and hell out there. I can guarantee you that, because that's what everyone started to learn when the Great Depression happened. And that's why a lot of these government regulations and pretty much interventions exist still to this day, is because of the chaos that came out of the Great Depression. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And I'd highly encourage folks who disagree with me here to go and read a book. Like any book, but not any book. Don't go read about esoteric knowledge and the underworld and the demons of, Nescaba or whatever. Go actually read a real book about some facet of industry in the United States. Go read about agriculture. Go read about the airlines, the trucking industry, the railroads, the ports. Read how they work. It's a very important thing to understand. I'd actually say that that's more of a civic duty than anything, is to actually understand how the nation around you is functioning to keep you alive and to keep you in the job that you're having right now. Because while you think you're on your own and you're just some truck driver or some railroad or an airline pilot that's just working your little job and you clock in and you clock out, you're a part of a massive apparatus called the United States of America that is made up of 360 million people. And every single day, everyone is doing an absolutely tiny, minuscule, almost measureless task in this country for about 8 to 10 hours every day. But all of them put together, all 360 million people doing their small, what seems to be pointless tasks, all come together to make this country what it is and to make your life possible. And it's a very important thing to actually be able to read and comprehend and understand why that is the case and how that actually works, because once you do, it's a fairly fragile system that requires a decent amount of understanding and careful intervention and careful balancing to make sure that it runs properly, to make sure that you have the best life possible, and to make sure that you have the most money in your pocket possible, and to make sure that you're able to stretch that money as long as you possibly can. That's how the country actually works. But with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can. A huge thanks to you once again, though, for the support, Thomas J, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on into the next one.
All right, and our next super chat goes to the return of a longtime channel legend. It is Charles Hazlitt, who puts in a very generous $50 donation. And it's good to see you once again, Charles, and it's good to have you back in the chat once more. And he said, it's been a while since I could be here, so glad to be back, and take one from the chat.
And I got to thank you massively for the support and being here tonight, Charles Hassan. Great to have you back. And I got to say, it has been a while. It's been quite a good moment since I've seen you in the live chat or in a super chat. And I got to say, we are glad to have you back, Charles. And I hope that you've been enjoying the stream tonight. A really interesting one and a fun one. I always like talking about how the U.S. actually works and functions. And actually, be honest with y'all, if we could create a breakaway documentary, sort of a series on the channel, it actually would be about everything in the United States and how it works. I always find that stuff really interesting. So when I talk about that, that's one of the more fun rabbit holes I do, because it's really neat to think about how the whole country works and all of its little ways, shapes, and forms. But I got to thank you so much, Charles Hazlitt, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for being here tonight and being an old guard, by the way. You've been around for years. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor, Charles Hazlitt. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so the live chat question is going to go to the BTM, who said, did you hear anything about Ukraine getting more F-16s? And I actually did see that today, by the way. I think the Enforcer reported that on last night's stream as well. I saw them arriving, and they claim that the F-16s are simply for spare parts and basically used as a pull apart for spares to repair their already working F-16s in Ukraine. But I saw some speculation today that they might be a little bit more than that. And it could be maybe smuggled F-16s secretly going to Ukraine. But there's really no concrete proof of that. But there's a lot of people speculating that that might be the case. So I'm not really sure. I'm a little bit on the fence. We might have a poll about that, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually personally doubt that. I think the upfront story is as basic as simple as it is, really, because these F-16s came from the boneyard, the famous boneyard of Tucson, Arizona, where a lot of aircraft go to die. A lot of these aircraft have exceeded their service life. Their airframes are usually worn out to completion, and so pretty much they're useless. The only thing that really is any value or worth of any value in these aircraft are the parts that are inside of their fuselages. So from what I'm understanding, all of them came from this boneyard at Tucson, Arizona, which means their airframes are well beyond shot, and that's why they were flown over inside of the C-17 and not flown over directly, and they are probably going to be used for spare parts. From what we know, there has not been any spare parts provided to Ukraine over the course of the entire time that they've had their F-16s, so these three F-16 bodies alone will be providing a lot of additional spare parts and pieces to be able to throw into their currently operational F-16s and keep them flying. That's actually why we maintain this boneyard, is to be able to make sure to just pull from it whenever we need to, spare parts or anything else that we would need to be able to keep the remainder of the Air Force flying. That's why we don't destroy these off the bat immediately in most cases. The only time, funnily enough, that we've actually destroyed a lot of aircraft off the bat immediately was with the F-14. And the reason why we did that is because the Islamic Republic of Iran operated about 50 of these, and we were scared that if we kept them around the boneyard, some people might be able to get in and smuggle parts out to keep the Iranian Air Force flying. So we pretty much destroyed all of these as soon as they were being retired, and we didn't allow them to sit around in any kind of a boneyard anywhere. And that's why now, in the present day, Iran only has about 19 F-14s flying, is because each time one has a critical breakdown, it just gets put out of service permanently because they can't source any spare parts from anywhere, even smuggling. But beyond that, that's what I would think. It's a fairly straightforward kind of a thing. And you can even see that these aircraft being unloaded from the C-17s still had their protective wraps over the fuselage, which is showing that they are entirely most likely for spare parts. Because once again, it's more important to keep your current aircraft flying than it is to just have a large amount of them and then no spare parts. And this is the best way to source them for cheap. But, another interesting thing to share with you all this, just a quick little fact about why this is in Tucson, Arizona. The reason why, Matthew, take a guess. Why is the boneyard in Tucson, Arizona, rather than anywhere else in America?
I would assume the land out here is pretty cheap, so they probably get the land cheap and store the aircraft for less money.
Actually, it's a little bit more interesting than that, climate related. It's hot and it's not humid here. So it actually preserves the aircraft a lot better than a more humid kind of a climate that would naturally exist elsewhere. So they just pile them into the desert because decay is much slower out here than it would be in, say, the coast of California or off on the East Coast somewhere where it would rain and there would be a decent amount of humidity a good amount of the time.
Interesting. I didn't know that, but I guess it would make sense, though, is I guess with the aircraft being wide out in the open like this, it would be a big rust effect, I guess you could say. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting thing. And then, Matthew, Southwest Airlines has that giant boneyard in the middle of the Birmingham airport, which makes no sense when you think about it like that, because it's like a lot of these aircraft sit out here for like months or years. I don't know if they even put any of them back into service, but all of these aircraft, you can actually see them from out here. All of them are, the bushes are grown out in this. That's stupid. Anyways, let me see if I can show them to y'all here. Maybe this will be a good view of them. Yeah, all of these aircraft have pretty much been knocked from service, and some of them still look like they're in largely flying condition. I guess they use it for a spare parts mill, but they keep theirs here in Birmingham instead of trying to find an airport in the middle of the desert to keep them at where the humidity would be low and it's fairly dry. So a little bit weird with that. I wouldn't trust the spare parts coming out of here, in my opinion, at least.
And that's what I was thinking. I wasn't going to save. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd like to have like my plane with made of spare parts like from these sitting here like for for this long, it seems a little sketchy.
Yeah, also, man, I kind of find it funny that Birmingham International Airport is the only airport I can think of in America that has, like, the Soviet vibe going with it, you know, because it's deathly quiet in the airport. There's, like, nobody in there. And then also we have a giant boneyard literally right outside of the terminal. It's literally like any given airport in the former Soviet Union, like, say the one over here at Saratov. You know, you got bombers and stuff hanging out here, and then you just got a boneyard of them up here that's technically a museum, but not really. It's just aircraft they want to get rid of, so you just piled them all up together and then called it a museum, or any other airfield for that. You know what? You know what? I know one. The one at Voronezh, I think that's one that actually has a proper boneyard. Dude, every single runway I'm picking right now doesn't really have, like, an active boneyard. Oh, well, here's some. Yeah, those are actually some that are at a boneyard right there, just sitting around. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the final question of the segment and then get on into the rest of the news. So with that, thank you so much once again for support, Charles Has, and a huge thanks for being here tonight. It's great to see you again, and we hope that you're able to see the stream a little bit more often here. And so with that, thank you so much. And we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting right back on into the news.
All right, and real quick, a flash poll. It says the U.S. has sent quote-unquote retired F-16s to Ukraine, and are these actually secret F-16 deliveries in disguise? So 46% said no, it is just scrap for spare parts, like they said, while 31% said yes, it's working aircraft deliveries, meaning F-16s in full functioning order, and 14% said we need more info first. And honestly, there's really nothing pointing to the fact that these are actual working F-16s. They probably are simply scrap deliveries for spare parts, but many people have noted in the photos of these F-16s being unloaded from these transport aircraft that they do appear to be covered, and they are very, very much wrapped up, and they're not able to be seen from a camera. So that made people suspicious, and I think that's part of the reason why there's been some speculation that they could be secret deliveries, because they were wrapped up in tarps, and you literally couldn't see hardly any part of the F-16s being unloaded. So that's pretty much all they have to go on for the conspiracy theory, if you want to call it that. But I'm actually with the 45%. I think it is just scrap. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's just scrap for spare parts. Like I was saying, if they're from Tucson, the airframes are well beyond shot at this point. They are absolutely worn out. So there is no way in hell that we would give those to Ukraine, because you're pretty much begging for the plane to rip itself apart if it goes into a high G turn with how bad off those airframes are at this point. So most likely scrap. I would be shocked if they were actually going to put them into serviceable condition. But moving on from that and on into our last question of the segment, what do we got, Matthew? What do we got?
So this one goes to Sparky107107, who puts in a very generous $50 donation as well. And thank you very much, Sparky, for that support and also helping to keep us running. And Sparky said, love the news you guys bring us. And one of you likes model trains, and that would be the Enforcer. He said, so I might have a channel that gives you guys a small break to play with those trains and a meet and greet coming up.
Oh, interesting. Let me actually take a look at that right here. Let's see here. Let's see. 107. Here we go. So, oh, look at that. Oh, nice. Let me see here. Let me check this out. Oh yeah, you got a nice layout going on there. I like that. I also like that you have the CSX heritage units. I just saw that you're running the new Scale Trains ES44 is really neat. I've been looking. I look at Scale Trains a lot. I haven't ever gotten one. I like have mostly Bowser stuff, mostly Louisville and Nashville stuff, which is my favorite. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support in sharing that with me, and we will possibly take a gander into that off air. We don't want to play your videos though without credit, because we could get into content ID trouble. Funnily enough, from YouTube, whether you're like, no, it's fine. Like YouTube will content ID us anyways, which is kind of a douche thing. But I do thank you so much for the massive support, Sparky, and being all the way from Canada and helping this channel to keep on running. And I like to see that you're a CSX fan, the CSX fan, the old chassis system, seaboard system consolidated, which is what the X stands for. But still, a huge thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I see someone say, buy one. I was looking at them. I'm not I look a lot and I don't really get much, but I was looking at their GP40s. I like the GP series. I think they were really neat. Twin axle power is neat. I was like, that's just cool. So I was looking at the Louisville and Nashville GP40s, but I have never actually decided to buy one, and I've been looking at them for months. So maybe I'll get one, maybe I won't, who knows. But anyways, with that, I see a lot of people are really antsy to get back into the news, and this question segment has been going on for a good bit. But I do thank you massively once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Sparky. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so, with that, it is time for us to move on into the news proper. And getting on back into it, we were able to hear the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy has conducted a naval exercise in the South China Sea, with this being televised today by the China Military Channel. We can see here some vessels undergoing underway replenishment operations. While I was trying to figure out how to say that, we can also see them conducting drills where they detect and destroy enemy targets. We can see them all looking like they're about to rob a 7-Eleven right here.
Oh man, take your bullet back to Korea.
Man, he's about to say, "This is Chinese Sheriff Guard. You go!" Like you're meow or something like that next. But anyways, this is actually flash proofing, which is a fairly standard procedure thing in most navies to conduct or put on flash proofing. The British do it. The British actually do it, and it's pretty funny. Let me go see if I can. Royal Navy flash proofing. Or flash gear, we'll put that in. The anti-flash gear. I always get a laugh because they actually look like the boogeymen when they put it on because it's like solid white. They look like they're like going to like kidnap you in the night wearing this
they
kind
look
of
like
stuff.
pirates or something, like they're up to no good or something. It turned the Navy into suddenly like kind of sketchy a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting kind of a get up. I think the U.S. Navy also has flash gear too. Yeah, well, hang on, hold up. I don't really think the Navy's got it that much. Well, here's something to go for.
Man, the Navy's changed a lot since my grandfather was in it. They're starting to wear shiesties now in the new Navy. It's really kind of interesting.
Bro, the Navy pulls up on you, blows away your ship wearing shiesties. Like that's
Man, sliding on them, pulling up to the block, shiesties, dawn, going hard with the stick.
Someone needs to pull up that meme from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare where Kevin Spacey turned around and said, "What you're seeing here is advanced warfare." Like, it honestly needs to pull that. And then we also need to pull up that body cam footage of him being pulled over after running a stop sign. But anyways, moving on from that, that's what they're wearing right here is flash preview. So you're wondering, why are they wearing shiesties? That's why. But we can see that they're getting combat ready in the drill. We can also see one of their LHDs, which honestly, I don't know what's up with this thing, but it looks a little odd. We can also see their underway replenishment vessel here as well.
They really do like they're gonna pull up to Taiwan and slide and get down and stuff like that and do what they got to do and everything.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Also, I like how they just show this stuff and they don't even explain what it is. Like, that really isn't an MLRS launcher. That's actually a torpedo launcher. Interesting enough, it's a rocket-assisted torpedo that has a range, I think, of like 12 miles from the ship. So it will fly out there, the torpedo will drop into the water, and then it'll start actively pinging for any submarines that are nearby. A pretty interesting kind of a system. And we can also see a close-in weapon system here. It's like a variation of the AK, I forgot what the Russians call it, but it's an AK something system. We can also see their main gun firing as well. And then we see them showing the flag of China, just so that way it's the Chinese. But they were conducting live fire exercises in the South China Sea earlier today. Meanwhile, getting on into the whole India-Pakistan situation, there has not actually been an outbreak of war yet. Pakistan said it was going to be happening within hours or a day, and hours and a day have passed, and the actual outbreak of war has not happened yet. We still think it's going to happen incredibly soon, but not according to their timetable. We have been able to hear that India is considering long-range precision weapons to conduct limited strikes against Pakistan, according to the Times of India, and we've also been able to hear that apparently, according to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, there was a small air skirmish today which forced the Indian Air Force to retreat, possibly suggesting that there may have been air-to-air missiles fired in the engagement. But once again, there was such little detail provided by the Islamic Republic of Pakistan that that's largely conjecture, and we do not know that for certain. Moving on out of the India-Pakistan news and on into the rest of the Middle East, we have also been able to hear that unfortunately the Houthis were able to capture a largely intact AGM-88 Horn today. We can see it right here. And it is intact enough that they actually could possibly tear this thing apart and figure out how it works, and the Iranians could reverse engineer one out of the wreckage that we're seeing right here. So not a good scenario.
That's really crazy how much stuff they're able to shoot down and generally recover it. Like they're really, honestly, the Houthis are a really like crappy force, but they seem to be doing like somewhat decent when it comes to downing our drones and our missiles.
Yeah, it seems as though they're getting a little bit proficient at that, or at least finding. I don't even know how they honestly found this thing, but still a little bit concerning. Also, the fact that an AGM-88 harm was fired is suggesting that there was an active radar ping coming from the ground somewhere in Yemen for this thing to be fired, which is suggesting that apparently the Houthis have some sort of an active air defense system that has not really been spoken about a lot by the U.S. Department of Defense, but apparently exists due to the use of an anti-radiation missile, which would target and destroy an active radar site. So a little bit of an interesting telltale sign that the Houthis actually have some larger, more sophisticated air defense system at their disposal. But that's the end of the clip right there, and with that, we are able to confirm that, without a doubt, the Houthis do have an active air defense system with a radar. Moving on from that and into the area of southwestern Syria, we were able to see that Jelani forces were advancing today towards the area of As-Suwaida as the battle, well, pretty much the uprising of the Druze is continuing against Jelani's government. The Israelis have openly stated that they will get involved, and that they also stated, although we didn't have any video or picture evidence of this, that they did conduct an airstrike just over the course of last night, apparently, on Damascus as a warning to the Jelani government to stop their hostilities against the Druze, but it doesn't appear that they heeded that because a convoy was heading to As-Suwaida today, which we can see in this clip.
I really admire the fact that they film every single movement they make, especially when it comes to messing with Israel. It's like basically putting up a huge advertisement saying, hey, Israel, we're on the way. Come and, bomb the whole convoy.
Dude, operational security is a word that does not apparently exist in Arabic. I just don't think it does, because no one in the Middle East has operational security in mind at all. Dude, like literally, man, like one of their guys, man, would like walk out of a building wearing a shiesty holding an AK and be like, so I'm here on 9th Street in southern Damascus, and I'm right outside of the McDonald's, and we got our entire convoy out here right now. We're about to go throw some blickies on the Bloods. And it's like, y'all know you're like lining yourself up for an airstrike in like 30 minutes. Right? Like, it's like they never think about that once.
I don't even know who they're making the videos for, honestly. They're really doing fantastic with keeping people like us in business, like showing the on-the-ground footage, because if it wasn't for that stupidity, we wouldn't have anything to show out of that entire region. So thankfully, they're stupid.
Man, honestly, thankfully they are stupid. I got to thank Jelani's guys for being some of the most brain-dead people on the planet, along with the Syrian Arab army, because whenever anything kicks off in Syria, we are able to know exactly where they are, where they're going, and what they're doing. And they actually were on this highway right here, the Highway 110, heading straight to As-Suwaida, which we were able to largely geolocate. So, kind of fun like that. I like that. But anyways, David Gare said, McDonald's in Damascus? Actually, it would be like, let's see, it would be like Mek Jelani or Mek Tasham or something like that in Damascus, maybe. Or it would be something equivalent to like Tasty Period. It would be like I don't even know what it'd be called, honestly. I have no clue. I was trying to come up with a joke, and I was like, I don't even know. But moving on out of the Middle East, it is time for us to get on back into Ukraine, where there has been news, and plenty of it. Also, by the way, we did cover the new round of sanctions coming by the European Union, and I want to make sure that we covered everything over here in Washington, because we've been bouncing around a good bit. So moving on into the state of Ukraine, we have to get on into that big news. But before we do, I was just goosing y'all right there. I was just kidding around. India and Pakistan continue to build up forces along the border, but there's been no major attack yet. A lot of people have been putting in their thoughts and prayers. And some people are saying that an attack will happen. Just wait. That seems to be the simple majority that we're having this moment. Others are saying that Pakistan have faulty intelligence. Others are unsure and undecided. And some others are saying that it seems like the U.S. may have stepped in. Big old daddy America has stopped the war. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So notably speaking, Pakistan made the very big announcement just a day or so ago that they knew that an attack from India was coming in up to 36 hours from their announcement. So I don't think 36 hours have passed just yet, but we're reaching toward the end of that time range. And so far, we've seen no major attack by the Indian forces, but we are hearing some statements in the background that the Indians are strongly considering a large-scale missile attack on Pakistan, and they might be in the final stages of preparation for that. So I'm going to say that an attack probably will still happen. The tensions have brewed too much, and too many military deployments have been made for some type of action not to be taken. So, in my opinion, it's simply being delayed, but it will happen, and it's just coming very soon. So I'm with the 52%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 53%. Correction, Matthew. Plus 1%. I would have to say that an attack is going to happen. We just got to be patient, folks. We do have to remember that militaries don't work on movie-type timetables where it happens right at the moment of. The attack's coming. We just got to be a little patient. So that's largely my opinion on that at the moment. And so it's just largely a waiting game. We're going to be sitting back and waiting for it to happen. I'm going to tell y'all, I'm honestly dropping our alert or alarm a little bit here on the studio. It happens when it happens. We'll frantically get to being alive on air as quick as we can once it starts to happen. But still, it could happen either in the next few days or it could happen weeks from now. Because if Iran and Israel were anything to work off of, hell, they could say that they were going to strike Iran tomorrow and it'd be like 2 weeks later and then they finally hit them. So if the same thing happens in Pakistan and India, this could be a little while from now, actually, but still coming around the pipe. But anyways, moving on from that and on up into Ukraine, we were able to hear that, interestingly enough, there was an attempted assassination on Sternenko today inside of Kyiv. We can actually see Sternenko right there. And Sternenko survived. But we actually got to see the whole attempted assassination right here on film. So you see Sternenko standing right there, and in a second, 3 people are going to walk out past him. And here they come. Oddly enough, they're all dressed in black, and one of them has a shiesty on. I personally would think that these people were untrustworthy in the first place. But the last one turned around and then went to grab Sternenko, held him to the ground, and I don't know what...
No, wait a minute. That's the attacker, the one that just got tackled to the ground. That was a woman standing there by the door. Sternenko, I believe, was walking out to the Range Rover. He was walking out with his crew of guys, I think, and that's a woman right there firing a pistol at him.
Oh, dude, I was so confused. I was watching the clip earlier. I was like, why the hell is Sternenko standing near a wall? I was like, that just doesn't make any sense. So, sorry, everyone. Correction here. Sternenko is actually over here somewhere, one of these 2 guys. And this is one of his bodyguards. And then he's about to take down the person who looks like they may have drawn a gun. I think she was shooting at him. The clip's a little bit hard to tell. The quality is low. It's like 240p. So the bodyguard grabs the woman, pins her down, and it appears that Sternenko and the other bodyguard have hidden behind the car. Most likely Sternenko is hopping in, and they are racing off away as the bodyguard continues to apprehend the woman.
Huge security failure, by the way. I think where they messed up is they wrote the woman off because most people don't believe women are hitmen, but this was a hitman apparently. So they wrote her off, and that turned out to be almost a fatal mistake because I think Sternenko actually got some shots. He took some hits from the woman, and she was actually a decent shot. But of course, she was basically point blank, but she got some shots actually hit on target.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. I guess, Matthew, we'd have to say that this was a hit woman, not a hit man. But beyond that, an interesting kind of a thing. And now, whenever we talk about the Russians, Matthew, we're not going to have to say hit man. We're going to have to say hit man and woman and make it a lot more difficult to say. But beyond that...
honestly. And also another thing as well is the Ukrainians said they foiled the plot. I wouldn't call this foiling the plot by any means. And also, it's kind of interesting that Sternenko has security, apparently. He has bodyguards with him, and he also has apparently a driver as well. So Sternenko must be pretty high rolling, actually, because he's got a lot of resources here. It's just that his resources really weren't on the ball because they should have seen that woman sort of suspiciously standing outside like that. And that should have been a huge red flag before he just simply walked out right in front of her.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It is a little bit, it is interesting now knowing that that's not Sternenko, which I was always so confused the whole time. Why is Sternenko getting held down? I was like, are they like trying to stab him on the ground? Like, I couldn't tell. But anyways, it is a little interesting to see that this woman's just standing right there, oddly enough, and then they just walk right by her like there's no problem at all. Interesting enough, I'm looking at this again. I think Sternenko was the first person out the door.
I think so. I was watching this video earlier today, and I don't want to make any accusations, but this whole video hits me kind of oddly, like just the way it was dealt with, like the way the bodyguards really aren't paying attention to the very clearly suspicious person standing right there on the right. And also the way she was waiting for them, knowing he was about to come out the door. It's extremely suspicious to me for some reason.
It is a little suspect, I will agree. We see that apparently I think she hit Sternenko in the ass because look, he's like grabbing for his ass as he's running around the car. So I think he may have been hit there.
Could have been.
Possibly. And then he opened up the door and hopped right in. And then they sped away.
Kind of interesting they left that one guy behind to deal with the killer right there on his own. Just like took off.
Yeah, I was like, that's a little weird, just leaving the guy behind. But I guess, the main priority is to get the target out of the area, so they just left him behind. But a little bit interesting how that whole thing turned out. Sternenko is alive and did survive. And this is also the picture that they put out of the attempted hit person. They were carrying a Makarov, which honestly is like the shittiest pistol I could ever think of, like, trying to conduct a hit with. Like, I'm not saying I would conduct a hit, but if I was, I wouldn't pick a Makarov. I mean, that's like the worst thing ever. Like, pick I'm not going to give any recommendations, but that is the absolute worst pistol I could ever imagine to try and conduct a hit with. It was a pretty fresh one, though. Like, that thing was polished, clean. It looked like it had a brand new Bakelite, like a pistol grip on it, too. It was actually a pretty nice one. As far as Makarovs go, Makarovs only get so good, but, it wasn't that bad of a Makarov. But I like how they put the, it almost looks like they took the hoodie and just rolled it over her head.
Yeah, it kind of does. It's just also another thing as well. If this was actually like an outside hit, like somebody ordered a hit on this guy, that means they must have either a bounty out on his head or this woman was either sanctioned by the Russian government to pull this off or something. But somebody wanted Sternenko dead. And I'm kind of curious who that would have been because they, of course, are probably going to interrogate the hell out of this woman right here to find out who the hell sent her. But it's just kind of interesting. I'm just really fascinated by the fact this was a hit woman of all things. I guess you could call her an assassin, a hit woman, or whatever. That's very uncommon, actually.
Yeah, let me take this off screen really quickly because I think Max actually did have a picture of the pistol up close, and I wanted to see if I could show that to y'all because it was a very it was just an absurdly clean pistol. And usually, like, to be honest with y'all, Makarovs don't look that good after a while of, like, being out in the open air. Like, if they're untouched, they look pretty good. This thing looked brand spanking new, actually, and that was kind of the shocking thing about it. So let me see if I can find the picture of the pistol up close. I cannot. Matthew, do you think you could possibly try and find it somewhere? Because it doesn't look like he actually had an up-close picture of the pistol. And I'm trying to see.
Let me see what I can get for you real quick. Let's see if I can spot an up-close picture of the pistol. And yes, I do have an up-close picture of the pistol. Let me like this post right here, and it should be under our likes tab. So take a look. Also, be careful. Like, don't show that post like on the air. Click the photo of just the pistol because there is a graphic photo sort of above it.
Well, that's just the woman apprehended, like, on her stomach. Like, it's not that graphic, but it's just showing an ass sticking up in the air, and she's clothed. So, like, but anyways, this is the Makarov, and it looks like, I'm not gonna lie, it actually is a fairly clean Makarov for Makarovs. And some people are like, well, how would you know? Well, I have a Makarov, and it's actually a Russian one from the I think it is Izhevsk Makarov, which I think is the company that always produced them. But beyond that, it looks just like this, and mine is actually a mint condition, untouched Makarov. It was imported, someone bought it like in 1993, and then they never touched it. So mine's fairly clean, and this thing actually looks like it's been lightly used, at least for a Makarov. And there are some like wears, like where you can see like the finish is worn near some of the corners in the bottom of the slide. But for the large part, it actually is a fairly new looking Makarov. It doesn't look like it's had a lot of use. That's interesting to me because if this was just some random person, I feel like the Makarov would have been a lot more worn out, because it probably would have been their own personal pistol that he just kept for decades. But this thing actually looks fairly decent, and it was leading me to believe maybe someone gave her the pistol, so that way she could try and conduct the hit. I don't know a lot about it. I don't know if, say, the pistol had the serial number scratched off of it. I don't even really, well, I know that they would have definitely had a serial number on a Makarov. It was the Soviet Union. So, the Soviets would like to make sure that every single gun was taken care of and accounted for, so they most likely would get guaranteed to have a serial number on it somewhere. At least I would assume.
Yeah. Also, I like the fact that over there in the rundown, it says, thanks to the professional and immediate actions of SBU officers, they were detained on the spot. Honestly, not professional. I'll be perfectly honest here. The guy almost got capped. If the woman would have been slightly better shot, Sternenko probably would not be breathing right now. So they were pretty slow. Like, I can't really praise them for that, honestly. That's really not that great. But yeah, they detained the guy, but after he got several shots off and struck the guy.
Yeah, and also, It's just such a weird pick. I'm going to be honest with y'all, folks. I just can't get over the pick of a Makarov, because it's not like Ukraine is like a just raw post-Soviet state where it's only like Soviet leftovers that you can get. You can get really any kind of a pistol these days in Ukraine if you wanted to, much like you could in America. So why pick a Makarov? That is one of the worst picks that I could think of out of all the options they could have had. They could have had a pistol with heavier caliber, you know, more stopping power like a 45 or a standard 9x19, not a 9x18 like this is. They could have definitely had a better pistol. For some reason they used a Makarov, and it looks to be in okay condition, a pretty good condition Makarov. So I'm wondering if this was given to them by, say, you know, some sort of a handler, like a KGB, well, not a KGB, an FSB handler or something like that, to conduct the hit. Because I'm having a feeling it would be pretty tough to say that this would be anything else rather than most likely some sort of a Russian attempt at assassinating him.
It could be. At least they weren't shot at by a high point. That would be the ultimate like level of disgrace. If you're shot by a high point, I would rather go out any way other than getting popped by a high point. Like that would be the ultimate disgrace.
Honestly, I respect that. Moving on from that, we also get to see an Mi-8 destroying a Shahed at wildly close range. There's the Mi-8. It's tracking down a Shahed at this very moment, firing at it with the onboard machine gun, and it took it out in the middle of the air. I always find those mid-air interceptions by the helicopters to be pretty impressive. But if y'all thought that was impressive, we also got to see an F-16 taking down an incoming drone as well. And there is the F-16 right there. It's already fired off an AIM-9, most likely an L, most likely not an X. So I would assume it's most likely a L or an M missile, a variant of an AIM-9. And, you know, hit the Shahed dead on, blew it to pieces. Really impressive close-up interception by an F-16. And moving on from that clip and from the air defense clips in general, it is time for us to move on up into the area of Kursk, where we were able to see a Bradley of the 47th Magura, which I always have to show pictures of the Bradleys, because I don't know why, but every single picture of the Bradley goes hard. It's a very photogenic kind of an infantry fighting vehicle, so I had to show this one to y'all, and this largely is from the Kursk area, because the 47th is still there from what we know. Moving on down the line and into Belgrade, we also get to see there was a significant explosion and fire that occurred somewhere in Belgrade, close to the area of Grafovka, where the active front line is, which we can see right here. We don't know what it was, though. Moving on from that and into the next clip, we can also see the fire and smoke from another town in Belgrade, a little distance away. It was a significant smoke screen from whatever was exploding or whatever was being hit. We still don't know what it was. Hopefully we'll be able to get some more details, but still, we just have absolutely no clue what the explosion was, and we'll have to get a damage assessment later to really figure it out. But, moving on from that, and down into our location unknowns, we did get to see a Russian walking the donkey, блядь. Oh. A little walk down the way with the donkey, блядь. Take a gander.
Take him down the street and give him some water.
Wow, look at that propaganda. That's what we call it when we take a good look at something. Moving on from that, we also got to see that Ukraine has announced the mass production of 30-kilometer fiber optic coils for drones, meaning that drones that will have these attached to them will now have a 30-kilometer range, which is about roughly 23 or 25 miles. That's a one hell of a range right there, honestly, and it looks like the Ukrainians are now starting to heavily get involved in the fiber optic development path of their drones. The Russians have really been the big pioneers of that due to pretty sophisticated Ukrainian electronic warfare measures. They have had to really get heavily involved in producing and fielding fiber optic drones. The Ukrainians never really have, at least up until recently, and it appears that the Ukrainians are realizing that it would be good to have diversified drones that can have fiber optic abilities, and they're now starting to heavily invest and field those kinds of drones as well. And it seems as though those will have a wildly long range to boot. We've also been able to hear the Russian casualty report today, and the report was interesting. No Bobcats!
Oh, no Bobcats again. Zero Bobcats. I don't even know. I don't even know, but tell us more.
And Miss Easy Keeper of the Records was able to tell us more. As a slight increase in troop losses analysis has occurred, and artillery is up, and drones and vehicles continue at high loss rates. But let's see what those high loss rates really look like, as 1,230 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 11 APCs, 139 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 45 artillery pieces, 112 drones, 1 MLRS, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. In general, it was a pretty good day, and it's good to see that the Ukrainian armed forces was able to ensure that the Russian Federation was still having a bad day in the war. And moving on into the front lines, we could certainly see where that was happening, as a Russian FOB near the Svatove in the northeastern front was destroyed significantly.
Вот что после вчерашнего произошло.
Oh, it took all of our buhakas are gone. Oh, блин,
Обращение с саперкой.
Oh dear.
my wife.
Техника, все тут сгорело.
It's a very nice the way they bombed this place flat.
Dude, this
They
guy
just
is
spare with your morsels and grains of dirt.
whispering like he's in a library, dude. He's like, "Oh my god, my fob, it's gone." You know, it's like, bro, you're in the middle of a battlefield, dude. You don't have to whisper. You're good.
I've lost my key fob. I can't get into my old ladder.
I don't know what hit this base, but it burned the whole thing to the ground.
They hit us with a new Ukrainian weapon. Oh, look, the generator still works.
Here we can hear the Russian generator continuing to run.
Здесь все погорело.
Oh, we can see some, I don't know what those are. It's a little bit too burned for me to tell. But it looked like they might be UAZs, possibly, that were destroyed.
This would be a sick Call of Duty map.
Dude, it actually would be, really. I'm an effing onion, Mason. Like, to put in a voice line like that here and there.
Oh, look at that, like, pile of, like, scrap, junkyard, like, stuff over there, like guns. That's what I was trying to say.
Man, the Russians, they use their vodka to buy guns. Like, you know, so... Like,
No, they would never do that. They would never trade vodka for guns.
the Russians use guns to buy vodka. You know,
Yes,
so...
there you go. Selling their weapons to buy vodka, that's more like it.
And then they drink their coffee made of snow as they sit by their expensive advertisement for Dell computers. You can see here near the Russian position there are no birds, except for these, and these will be eaten on Tuesday.
Вместо саперки нашей где.
We can see that Oisin Lenin was just banned from the chat for being a pro-North Korean communist. He will now be cancelled in his hometown and walk the streets alone.
Все это находится вот в таком вот.
Here we can see the desolate positions of the Russian Federation. The average Russian citizen lives a comfortable lifestyle.
Some say the Ukrainians became farmers because it looks like they've tilled the ground for next year's harvest.
Some of them are made of snow.
They also say they already went ahead and pre-fertilized the ground to make sure the ground is really fertile for next year's, grain harvest or whatever.
The Russians live in scrapyards like these. They use them to keep themselves nice and steeled up.
Plus, they've added a few pieces of metal to the ground to give it that extra piece of grunge.
The Russians like to char their trees. This reminds them that they live in an ever-living hell.
Здесь было место саперов, так сказать, мое.
Here
As you can see, they've already pre-dug holes for the wounded as they come back from having no doctors and no proper medical care.
Here we can see the blood pit filled with red substance. They use this to be able to execute prisoners, which they find on the battlefield, usually other Russians.
Погорело. Уничтожилось.
This killing pit was provided by the Democratic
Дальше
People's
вот там
Republic
вот
of
тоже
Korea.
погорело. Вот так вот.
This guy's filming this like he's trying to submit an insurance claim, like documenting every little inch of the destruction.
Here we can see a video inspired by the Russians who just have limited access to YouTube. They use it to watch Bolton bankrupt, and they're trying to imitate his filming style.
Some say that Flo from Progressive said take a very comprehensive video to try to make an insurance claim.
Ничего не осталось.
Here we can see a
You
burnt
have
couch.
Snapshot with Drive with Snapshot to get yourself a little extra discount.
Here we can see a burned couch out in the open field. The Russians like to sit in couches in the open air because they say that the inside of houses are too barbaric for them.
But luckily the couch was burned well because it was stained and probably a biohazard concern.
The Russians lived like animals, sitting out in the open, enjoying the burnt trees, and finally going to the killing pit. I don't know what the hell this is. What is that?
It looks like cans of
Cans of beans.
Or something. Yeah,
yeah, it's like a giant mound of beans. But anyways, that's the end of that clip. Moving on from that and further down the line, we were able to see near the Rostolivka, the BTR-82's hatch looked a little bit open. A little bit too open. The Ukrainians picked it out as a target and blew the whole thing up because of result. And you see them here flying in, the drone, and slamming it right down into the open hatch. We all know that BTR-82 cooked up quite nicely. But moving on from that and out of that clip, and further on down the line towards Kurtimivka, we also got to see a Dita SPG in service of the Rubish Brigade of the Ukrainian Army. And I always like to see the Dita SPGs. They're a really cool series of SPGs made by the Czechs. We love the Czechs, and the Czechs are cool. The Czechs also have a different version of this SPG, which uses a 152mm main gun, whose name is eluding me at this moment, but it is very similar to the Dita, just a older version of it. Moving on from that, though, and into Touretsk, we also got to see some heavy street fighting in Touretsk, as we were able to see the police, the Special Operations Forces, blow up Russian positions with IEDs. This was filmed in March 2025, but we had not seen the clip before, and so we decided to show it to all of you today. We can hear the sound of the wild attempting to call the Ukrainians home.
You know what happens when the Czechs get together to build weapons to give to Ukraine? You know what they call it?
What?
They call it the Czechs mix.
Man, actually, that's when the Czechs put a whole bunch of parts from different AKs together into one. They call that the Czechs mix.
Oh, that's honestly a good one too. I like that.
Yeah, dude. You know what they call a weapons inspection in the Czech Republic?
A checkmate.
A weapons check.
Oh, well, that works. A weapons checks.
Well, no, it's just a check, because it's the
Oh, come on, man.
It's a check, it's a Czech citizen,
Come on, man, don't do me like that. What the hell's that noise outside? Do you hear that?
No, I don't. I think it's more up
Like
front.
some loud screeching. Like it was like freaking loud as hell. It hurt my ears just then. It's the Russians are outside with that Bing Shaling brain scrambler thing.
The Russians are outside trying to give the enforcers Havana syndrome.
Man, I'm feeling that Havana real strong right now.
We are slowly turning into. I would do the joke, but people are going to be really offended by it. We are slowly turning into a U.S. vice president. Fill in the blank. Really fill in any U.S. vice president you want. They're all about the same. But we can see them moving on down into the basements below, and the police are working hard down there. They're really moving quickly through the basement, and now they are. They're sitting around a fire that I thought was gunshots for a minute. I actually thought it was.
Man, either somebody pulled up with the Russian brain scrambler or someone just pulled up in the 80s jalopy, one of the others. Like that screech was so loud, I've never heard nothing like that before. Dude, in a minute.
The Russians are out there like that Klingon from that Star Trek original series episode. You won't be able to get through the rest of your show with my mind sifter. And they're like scrambling.
But some call it the mind ripper. The actors couldn't hold it in for that. It was so cringy they had to laugh.
Dude, he was like almost breaking every time that he went to him. He was like, not without my mind sifter. Like he was trying so hard not to laugh.
I'm gonna call it my mind ripper.
We see here that they're tending to some, I'm not really sure if they're prisoners or other wounded Ukrainians, but we can now see them moving through another building here with the red light on.
You know, the worst mind ripper weapon that the Russians have in their possession is Putin's mouth. When he gets to running it, it pretty much rips your mind apart with the insanity.
Dude, better yet is Dmitry Peskov.
Yeah, honestly, he's kind of like so low on the totem pole. I'm not sure if he has any mind-ripping capabilities.
And Dmitry Medvedev, he's another.
Medvedev, he has some mind-ripping abilities, some more like some drunk-ripping abilities, I think, because, it's just pure fueled by straight-up grain alcohol.
Dude, he reminds me of someone that we know who's in our lineage of a sort. A little bit with that whole deal.
Yeah, a little bit, somewhat, allegedly. Yeah, complaints. So they are also toxic. Oh, honestly, you're right.
You know what happens, Matthew, when a Czech person cleans their house?
They check it.
They check the Slovakia.
Now that one was too far.
It was supposed to be a play on Czechoslovakia, but oh well. Oh well.
That's too far.
I thought it was abstract.
The Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia.
Here in the Czech Republic, we like pork too. Ever tried one of our sausages? If you've ever watched The Sopranos, you should know that that's like in season 1. So please, folks, please get that one. I beg of you, because that one was so funny. Because like, who in the hell was the character, dude? It was like Tony's cousin or nephew or something like that. Nephew. It was. Let's see. It was Chris. Yeah, and he had just killed the Czech guy in the butcher shop when they were like doing the lines of coke, and then afterwards he was like greatly affected by that, and he was having nightmares about it, and in the nightmare you just heard on repeat, "In the Czech Republic we love pork too. Ever had one of our sausages?" And like it was like it just got stuck in my mind. Like I was like, why did they keep doing that in the dream? Why was that the line that they went with? And yeah, Vito got it right. It's Christopher. Hey, Vito's got a name. It's kind of a wise guy there. But anyways, we also get to see another Russian fob getting blown up near Pokrovsk to keep us on track.
Все наши документы остались, все личные вещи.
It's like a sulfur pit.
This guy sounds like a seasoned salt man from a pirate ship. Ah! Looks like my boat got sank by another privateer. Oh, look, it's the can of beans. It's just a whole other guy.
Tried smoking 10 cans of beans in one day? That's what this guy sounds like. He smoked about 500 pinto beans in one go.
Aw, man, I can smoke pinto beans.
Just wait until he moves on to lima beans. He'll start sounding like Morgan Freeman.
Все. Арчи, пошли. Все смело.
Standing in a wasteland of frozen snow and smoke.
Все, блядь.
We can see the Russian relent over his poor life decisions of joining the Russian army. Oh, he just muted on accident. Sorry, everyone.
Oh yeah, this thing's burned out. It's getting this guy really worked up. He said that, oh wow, that's just a
little bit of phlegm.
A little bit of tuberculosis.
Did they have rims on that Lada? Did I just see rims on the Lada? Like, no way.
No way!
They had
it was
rims
a
on the
chromed
Lada,
up
bro.
Lada. My God.
They freaking slobbed out the Lada.
Bro, they literally nicked out a Lada. Like, that should have been a roadnik right there. If we were able to get that thing before it got hit, that would have been a roadnik section. He needs some coffee made of snow. That voice is so satisfying to do, I don't know why.
Because it just really resonates so deep. You just have to understand. It's like smoking 500 Marlboros.
The Ukrainians are the best in the world. There are so many cans. What were they doing here? Dude, they were like trying to have like a farting contest where they just ate enough beans until they like shat themselves to death. I don't even know how you get this many cans of beans in one place. Oh, one of them blew up.
Had a guy jumping like he has PTSD.
Oh!
Crap, that wasn't a can. That was something else.
Oh, dude, like an ammo detonation happened like a couple of dozen yards in front of him.
It's blue, too. What the hell kind of ammo was that? Plasma cartridges?
I have no clue, honestly, man. That was a bit of a shock, dude. That wasn't no can of beans. That was a bomb.
That was Heinz, that was Heinz, what's those British beans in the big can?
Those Heinz baked beans should do blow up. Dude, that was one of the guys who ate too many baked beans over the tree line. he just couldn't handle the gas. He just exploded right then. But anyways, moving on from that and on into the rest of the clips we got from Pokrovsk, we were able to see the damage in the city of Pokrovsk. Of course, the city has been heavily damaged. It's very close to an active battlefield. We can hear what's possibly a drone. Marian Dima said the Russians live like swine.
Ховалися в дрона.
We hear the commentator saying that there is a drone.
Sounds like he's just lurking.
He's just Ukrainian lacquer.
Just a mad hornet of bees. Nest of bees.
A hive of bees.
Yeah.
We'll get it eventually. We'll get it eventually, folks. A nest of bees.
A hornet of bees.
Like it's a pigeon.
Oh, I got slightly better, but only by 10%.
But that's in the clip. And moving on from that, we also got to see this Bodana getting up there and getting ready to fire. Pretty cool to see. I love the Bodanas. I think they're really neat. But take a gander at this thing. They were getting that thing ready to fire and go. Love to see it. Moving on from that and further down the line, because we are actually getting significantly overtime tonight, we were able to see the Ukrainians dropping some GBU-62s on the Russians below and their positions in the trees. And there goes a Russian artillery unit firing from the left tree line, which has been spotted by the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are now going to deal with it by dropping a couple of GBU-62s on their head. So there goes the MiG-29, it tilts up, drops the GBUs, and then it'll take a hard left or right and then head for cover. So now here comes the bombs, and they're going to hit dead on to this Russian artillery post, hitting both positions dead on and destroying them.
That's a damn good show.
Man, a jolly good show. Jolly good show.
Oh man, I like it when they come in and strike them like this. This is really crazy, guys. Yo, look, chat, look.
Oh man, chat, what do y'all think, chat? And there's like 3 people there, and only one of them comments every 30 minutes. Like, it's just like shame, real shame. But moving on from that and down into Kherson, we also got to see the Ukrainians hitting some Russian forces down here. There they were. They're in a huddle. Group huddle, and the group huddle's gone, folks. It is gone. All bets are off. All bets are off. The Russians that you just had in your squad are gone. No bets. No bets. Oh, man. We like to see it. It's good to see the Ukrainians continue to pester the Russians on the other bank of the Dnipro because it keeps them on their toes. Call them twinkle toes. Moving on from that, we're now going to be heading up into Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on this very day of the wire. And so, without further ado, here is the first speech from Zelensky on the 1st of May. Which is only 8 days away from the Victory Day Parade, the day we're all looking forward to. You know something, though, folks, I got to say before we get into the speech, is that I've noticed this year, nobody's asking me if anything big is going to happen on May 9th, because so many May 9ths have come and gone, or nothing happened at all, that everyone knows nothing's going to be really happening on May 9th anymore. So, without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні були доповіді нашої урядової команди по економічному партнерству зі Сполученими Штатами Америки. Угода є підписана, буде направлена на ратифікацію у Верховну Раду України. І ми зацікавлені в тому, щоб не було з угодою жодних затягувань. Наші представники, передусім, перша віце-прем'єр Юлія Свириденко, команда Міністерства економіки, також Міністерство фінансів, Міністерство юстиції, всі попрацювали дуже добре. Угода значно змінилась в процесі підготовки. Тепер це дійсно рівноправна угода, яка створює можливість для інвестицій в Україну, доволі вагомих, а окрім того, ще й для суттєвої модернізації виробництв в Україні та, що не менш важливо, модернізації юридичних практик в нашій державі. В угоді немає боргу і створюється фонд відновлення, який буде інвестувати в Україну і заробляти саме тут. Це робота разом з Америкою і на справедливих умовах, коли заробляти можуть в партнерстві і Українська держава, і Сполучені Штати, які допомагають нам у захисті. Ми говорили з президентом Сполучених Штатів, з Дональдом Трампом про нашу готовність до укладання угоди, говорили на зустрічі у Ватикані, Фактично, зараз ми маємо перший результат Ватиканської зустрічі, який робить її дійсно історичною. Дуже чекаємо і на інші результати нашої розмови. Вийшла тоді змістовна зустріч. Кожну хвилину часу ми з президентом Трампом використали на 100%. Я дякую за це. Ще раз дякую нашим командам, українській та американській. Робота над угодою була справді фаховою, і хоч перемовини були іноді непростими, результат є сильним. Сьогодні говорив з головою Верховної Ради України Русланом Стефанчуком, в тому числі про ратифікацію угоди. Ми обговорили також законодавчу роботу найближчими тижнями. Сьогодні є і нові санкційні рішення. 3 санкційні пакети. Блокуємо діяльність багатьох осіб. Це компанії та фізичні особи, які працюють, на жаль, на Росію так чи інакше. Допомагають російській армії, окупаційним структурам на нашій землі, в Криму і на Донеччині. Зараз під санкції пішли і ті, хто, на жаль, працює на російську пропаганду та залучається до інформаційних операцій проти України, проти українців. Головне тепер, щоб була синхронізація санкцій нашої держави з партнерами. Голова Служби безпеки України доповів по розслідуванню обставин нападу на волонтера Сергія Стерненка. Служба безпеки України затримала нападницю оперативно. Дякую за це. Всі факти щодо нападу будуть представлені суспільству. Ще одне. Була доповідь головкома Сирського по ситуації на фронті. Донеччина, Покровський напрямок. Зараз там найбільше боїв серед усіх гарячих точок фронту. Наші підрозділи, наші воїни молодці. Перший окремий штурмовий полк, 59-та окрема штурмова бригада сил безпілотних систем, 72-га окрема механізована бригада, 414-та окрема бригада безпілотних систем сухопутних військ. Дякую вам, воїни. Росіяни отримують належну відсіч. Дякую всім, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
And Hiram Slava.
And with that, that is the end of Zelensky's speech, my speech, for day 1,163 days of the war. And call it Krivy, because we're going to be getting all that and gravy. I tell you what, we're going to start stomping the Russians like nobody's ever seen before. It's going to be absolutely terrific. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We're going to bomb the shit out of them because they didn't listen. We said, let us have peace. And he said, sir, we can't have peace. I'm a Russian. That's not what we do. And I said, well, we're going to start giving Ukraine a lot of bombs. Lots and lots of bombs. They're going to be great big bombs. They're going to be bigger than the ones Israel's got. And Israel's got massive ones. They got like Moabs. They dropped Moabs from the bottom of their F-15s right into the middle of the Gaza Strip. Absolutely crazy. But Ukraine's going to get bigger ones. We're going to give them even greater bombs. And they're going to go over and they're going to drop them on the Russians. And the Russians are going to cry. They're going to say, stop bombing us. It's hurting. And we're going to go, no, there's no going to stopping. We're going to give them attack-ums. They're going to attack them. They're going to hit them with the missiles. They're going to blow them to pieces. That's what we were talking about in Rome. I said it's unfortunate the Pope passed, but a lot of people are going to be joining him. But anyways.
From the filthy streets of Kryvyi Rih, the beautiful country of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Oh!
Look at Volodymyr. He's joining us in the WWE. We're going to take down Putin, beat his ass.
Man,
like,
honestly, the reason why I was thinking that is just like every time Zelensky shows up in person to meet with the U.S. president now, it feels like a sparring match or something. It doesn't feel like he's sitting down to discuss. It sounds like that Zelensky mentally is prepared to go into that whole situation like ready to argue his point to the very end. It's like it feels like he's walking into like a really, really hostile debate, like at least to me. be.
Dude, when he walks away, Stefanchuk is over there going, "Hey, buddy, just keep in the ring." You know, taking out like his like mouth guard and everything, and, like spraying water in his mouth. You just gotta give him the old 1-2, 1-2. Oh yeah, you know, get on in there. You know, it's kind of like that every single time. Like honestly, man, like the pictures that came out of the Vatican in Rome, dude, I was in there thinking, man, honestly, this looks like a great fight night ring in here. You know, it's like a circular kind of a room. You know, it's kind of like a MMA pit. I was like, man, they might go at it in a second. Who knows? But anyways,
There's no selling.
you just can never tell these days. You can never tell. You can never tell. They might go to blows. They might go to blows, or they might become great friends. Not really because they want to be, but because Putin's an asshole, and everyone can agree on that. In all the Vatican, there's a giant building, giant building. Look at it. That's the Vatican. That is John Vatican right there. Look at it. Absolutely big building. Look at it. It's just massive. Look at it. Made of marble. Really nice. Looks kind of like Mar-a-Lago. Not really. Mar-a-Lago is actually tiny, but anyways,
What does the Pope get paid? Does he get a salary?
I don't really think he does. But honestly, man, like he's worth a good bit. Like the reality is that he's worth a good bit because really anything that he requests, the church can get for him. So you know, it's like, you know, like the guy's not eating bad, man. The guy's eating pretty well.
Honestly, hey, put my hat in the running for Pope. They're making $32,000 a month, apparently. That's their salary, and also to get all their expenses covered. Plus, to get an honorary payment. Plus, to get the choice of pretty much, you know, traveling by helicopter and whatever type of mode of transports they want. So, also they get the Pope mobile. So, man, the Pope's living it up. And I tell you what, he's really living it up.
Man, one thing I do have to say though, like I respect the current pope for this. Did you notice that he didn't have like all of the you know over the top regalia that went on at his funeral? It was a very simple casket, all that sort of a deal. I was like, I respect that. It was very modest. I respect the pope for that. But like,
He claims he didn't accept the salary either.
maybe he didn't. You know, like
He says he didn't.
Yeah, honestly, with how his funeral was conducted, I'd say he probably didn't. Because his funeral was very, very basic. Like it was incredibly basic. They had the most basic kind of a casket. It was the most basic kind of a thing, and it was apparently per his request that it was the case. But I did hear though that apparently he didn't want to be put into his ceremonial robes, like those red robes at his funeral. He wanted to just remain in the solid white, which is a lot more simple and a lot more basic. But apparently the clergy overruled him on that one, the ecclesiarchy, if you want to call him that, and they had him put into the red robes, which I honestly feel is a bit disrespectful. It's going against his wishes, but, you know, that's the politics of the Catholic Church.
Well, did you know that the Pope actually was the owner of a Lamborghini at one point? Like, he actually owned a Lamborghini Huracan.
Well, did you know that Pope Francis actually was a bouncer in Buenos Aires for a while at a nightclub?
A bouncer?
Yeah, he was a bar bouncer for a while, for a couple of years. Like, he was the security at the front door.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. But also, by the way, just to clear this up so people don't think, oh, the Pope's out there buying a Lamborghini. The Lamborghini was actually gifted to him, I think, by Lamborghini. It was a custom Lamborghini that had like a white paint job and a gold stripe down the center. It was actually pretty clean looking, but he actually auctioned it off for almost $1 million, and he donated it from the money from it, because I don't think he needed the money really, because obviously he's living the life of luxury like automatically, so he didn't really need the cash. So he donated it to charity and got rid of the Lambo.
Yeah, you know, it's a very interesting. Like, I'll be honest. I'll full disclaimer here, folks. We're Protestants. We're Christians, but we're Protestants. We're not Catholics. But I always find the Catholic Church to be a fairly interesting thing, because technically it is the start of the Christian faith. So if you're a Protestant, eventually at some point your people were Catholic, because that was the only church that existed for approximately about 1,000 years or so before there was the schism that created the Eastern Orthodox Church, and then there was the schism that created Protestantism, as a lot of people in America would know it today. So it's a bit of an interesting thing, especially with how their politics work and everything inside the church, because it's actually more of a political apparatus than it is of a religious one, if you look at it throughout medieval European history. And even still to this day, there's still a lot of politics involved in the ecclesiarchy of the church. So kind of a little bit of a fun thing to look at from that kind of a standpoint, because of how it works and functions and how old the institution is. It's as old as the religion itself, for the large part, because it was actually founded by Saint, well, according to the Catholic Church, he's a saint. According to Protestants, he's not. But it was founded by, I think it was Paul, one of the disciples. And that's why this is St. Paul's Basilica, if I remember correctly, which is, he's actually interred here. One of the disciples is. I think it is St. Paul, if I'm correct. And let me make sure that I have that correct. St. Paul's Basilica. Wait, I think it may actually be St. Peter's Basilica. Yeah, so hang on, hold up. I might be wrong. Yep, it's St. Peter. So St. Peter's the one who's interred here. And he was actually the one, I believe, who was crucified upside down in Rome. And then there's a whole story and thing with that. But he is interred at the bottom of the middle of St. Peter's Basilica. But no one's allowed to go in there. I think I can actually show y'all where it is. Let me see. It's in the dead middle of the basilica. So let me see if it's in here somewhere. Just a little bit of interesting lore for y'all, just in case y'all haven't heard of this before. Let's see here. We should be able to get a picture of the inside somewhere, right? Let's see here. Where is it? I can't. They don't really have a lot of interior pictures. Let me go see if I can just type it in. St. Peter's tomb.
Peter. Oh, what's this here?
Oh, here we go. Here it is. That's actually the entrance down there to St. Peter's tomb, which is in the dead center of the basilica. No one's allowed down there except for like the higher cardinals and such things of the church and the Pope as well. But St. Peter, according to what they say, is interred down there at the very dead center, at the very middle of this basilica. Pretty interesting thing about that.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know, and I wouldn't doubt it because Peter was actually buried in Rome after being crucified, so it's not impossible that they just reinterred the body when they were building this cathedral in. I think there was an original basilica before this one, and then that basilica was torn down because it wasn't big enough anymore, and then they went and mined pretty much all of the marble left in ancient Rome to build this basilica. But when they did, I think he was already interred down there, or they reinterred him from the old basilica into this one in that spot. So not at all, unlikely not at all unlikely that he is actually down there. So kind of an interesting thing to think that one of the actual disciples written and spoken of in the Bible is actually interred right there behind those doors. But anyways, with that, hope that does address that somewhat well, at least from my knowledge, and I don't really know that much about the Catholic Church, but I do find it to be an interesting institution. And with that, we are on to an actual poll. Actually, I was about to say the question, and then I just quickly saw there was a poll. What is your guess of who Sternenko's attacker probably was? And it seems as though a decent majority was saying that it was an FSB operative. Some are saying that it was a desperate civilian who, I don't know, wanted to claim to fame, maybe. Others are saying that it was a close insider. And some are saying that it was a random lunatic. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So about 52%, the majority, said it probably was an FSB operative, the woman who took the shots at Sternenko, while 20% said it was probably a desperate civilian, 17% said it's probably a close insider, a family member, a relative, or a friend, and 12% said a random lunatic. And honestly, on this one, I would have to say I kind of doubt the idea that it wasn't FSB operatives. I think it might have been a desperate civilian because, of course, people do get desperate for money, and those people are very susceptible to being recruited by organizations within the Russian government. And the woman, honestly, like she came across to me as maybe possibly a mother. She just kind of had that appearance, if that makes sense. And honestly, there are situations where people might do stupid things, really, really, really stupid things like that, to maybe get out of a tight, or maybe be naive enough to think that the person on the other end is actually going to take care of them after they pull off that heinous act. So I'm actually with the 19%. I don't think that was an FSB operative. If she was, she certainly wasn't trained very well, because she was within point blank and did not take the target out. So thankfully for Sternenko, she was a bad shot. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it probably was a desperate civilian, but if they're operating on the behalf of the FSB, then they become an FSB operative. So I'd say it's really a blend of the two. It was probably a desperate civilian recruited by the FSB to conduct the hit, but then again, they actually weren't that accurate. Apparently, they did miss some of their shots at that kind of a distance, so they probably weren't well trained. So I would say that they still were an FSB operative. It's just that the FSB recruited someone who was desperate for possibly money or something else, and so they ended up conducting the attack. Possibly. I would think that would be a blend of the two. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And once again, I could be wrong. And so with that, we are on...
Seems like if the FSB was looking for like a hitter to go out and get the guy, they would have probably looked for someone like within the Ukrainian gangs or some like criminal underworld part of Ukraine. But apparently they couldn't recruit anybody in that world for whatever reason. So they went for maybe a housewife, or maybe a mother, a single mother, or something like that. That's kind of an interesting choice because, like I said before, you really don't see that very often, pretty much anywhere around the world. Like female assassins, female hitmen, very, very odd to see that.
Yeah, very rare kind of a thing. Most of the time, I would say it's about 95% men who are hitmen. You very rarely see that it's a woman. So that was a little bit interesting. I wonder if they're going to interrogate her, and I wonder what her motives were behind that. But she'll probably just spill the beans at that point because she's been apprehended. So she'll probably just say, oh, I was recruited by the FSB. I wonder if she'll say something like she was down in hard times, wasn't able to get a job, and the FSB said that if she tried to kill him and was successful, they would take care or provide for her children or something like that. I wonder if it was something like that. But a really interesting kind of a assassination attempt all around, with how the SBU responded to it, the actual hitman, all that sort of thing. Really, really interesting and bizarre, actually. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here, our first super chat of the last segment, is going to go to none other than James Hughes, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you, James, as well, for that support. And we do appreciate that very much. And of course, that keeps the channel running. And James said, will Ukraine now take out the Crimea bridge once and for all?
Everyone keeps asking that, James Hughes. Good question. But I don't know. I honestly, in my opinion, the Kerch Bridge is off the menu because the Russians have built up the defenses around it so strong. It's going to be really difficult to attack it by land, sea, or air at this point. So for that reason, I would say that I doubt that they'd even try an attack on it again. They'll probably go for the railroad and road ferries again like they did in the past, because that seems to be a lot easier of a target to hit. But I'm doubting that they'll ever hit the Crimean Bridge again. I just think it's going to be a pretty tough one for them to pull off, even if they wanted to. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. It's not really the big optimistic thing that a lot of people want to hear, because I know a lot of people would love to hear, oh yeah, they're going to slam it. But I just don't really think that they will. Once again, because of those heavy defenses that have been built around it over the course of years. It's one of the few things, actually, I'd say in the whole war that actually is well defended by the Russians. Probably the only thing that's well defended by the Russians, actually, because not even Moscow has gotten the level of protection that the Kerch Bridge gets. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to none other than, it is going to be Corsair F4U, who puts in a $30 donation as well. And thank you very much, Corsair, for that support once again and being a longtime channel legend. And Corsair said LSA and take one from the chat.
And LSA, and thank you so much for the support, Corsair, and helping this channel to keep on running. Very wonderful plane, by the way, Corsair F4U. Love the Corsair, the Vault Corsair F4U, and it's a beautiful plane. Let's just go take a look at it for old time's sake. The Vault F4U Corsair. What a beautiful plane. I really like it. With the gull wing design, the beautiful racer body shape. It's a wonderful plane. No one can really diss on it too badly. I think it's pretty good. And I got to say that your name is a great homage to this wonderful F4U Corsair. And so, with that, we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor, but I wanted to point out such a beautiful plane. Also, that was the prototype, and the prototype was busted. Oh my god.
Guppy.
Dude, le gopi. Like, bro. And also, why does it say NACA on it? Like, it's almost like NASA, nearly.
I think it is maybe the early version of NASA with a C. No, I'm just joking, by the way.
I don't know. Let me go pull up NACA. NACA Aircraft. What is NACA Aircraft? National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. So it actually is a government organization. It was dissolved in 1958, and the superseding agency was NASA.
It really is. That's crazy. I was thinking like a random stab at that, by the way. That was just pure luck I got that.
Yeah, look, see right here, superseding agency, NASA. But before that, it was NACA. So that actually was right. Like, that joke ended up being correct.
That's crazy, actually, honestly. That is nuts. Also, by the way, I saw in that Wikipedia article back there about the plane, the radio engine that it had, like, producing 1,800 horsepower or something. Have you seen how a radio engine actually works, like from the interior of it?
Yeah, I have. They're really cool. I think radio engines are just the neatest thing.
Yeah, they're wild, like how that works. They really can pump out some serious horsepower, like from one of those radio engines. It's really like it honestly boggles my mind how that works. But you know, kind of reminds me of the rotary engine that they tried to put into. I think it was like Mazdas for a while. They tried to put a rotary engine in there. Not really the same thing, sort of similar to it though. But it's just like mind-boggling how they come up with that.
Do I have permission to blow your mind?
No, but go ahead.
The earliest M4 Shermans in World War II, like the M4A1s and the M4s, had radial engines in them.
Oh, really? How'd they
Yeah.
fit that in the back?
Oh, it's actually pretty cool. Let me go pull it up and show you. M4 Shermans. So let me go see if I can actually see if they have the internal engine bay displayed anywhere where you can see it. Let's see here.
Oh yeah. By the way, people are saying the Wankel engine. Yeah, that's the. I think the Wankel is the one that they put in the Mazdas for a while. The RX-8, I think it was, that everybody like acts like is just like wildly like exotic these days for whatever reason. The sound of it's pretty neat, but I think they were like generally considered unreliable, at least from what I've heard.
So let me see here. Mobility. So let's see here if they included somewhere in here. They didn't. And they're not really showing a lot of pictures of it. So let me see if I can find it somewhere. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. The Continental R975. There's the radial engine that was in the Sherman.
Oh, that's odd looking, really.
So how they did it on the earlier Shermans, like the first ones in the production series, let's see if I can show you the back of one, is that you'll see how it's angled back here, and there's that giant hatch on the back. That giant hatch just swung open, and the radial engine was right there. It was vertically placed at a slight incline in the back of the tank, and then it had a giant crankshaft that would connect to the transmission at the front of the tank.
Well, that's honestly a strange design, really, for a tank.
Yeah, it actually is pretty bizarre. So when we sent Shermans over to the British, but we didn't include the engines with them. So the British had to figure out how to equip their own Shermans with engines. So they came up with something a little bit more fun, Matthew. What do you think they did? Just take a wild stab at it. I don't think you'll ever get it right because it sounds like the most coked up idea, but what do you think they did?
They put a jet turbine engine in it instead.
They got 5 V8s and they just welded them all together.
How would that work though? Because doesn't each V8 motor have a independent drive shaft or crankshaft? Or not the crankshaft, drive shaft. My bad.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. Hell if I even know. It was a Sherman Firefly kind of a thing. Let me go see if I can find the Sherman Firefly engine, because it was a wild one.
Also, is it drive shaft? I can't remember what that's called. The rod that spins that transfers power to the transmission and then transfers power to the wheels. I think the part coming out of the transmission is the drive shaft. I think. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. I don't know though. I'm sure somebody's about to correct me, so I'll find out.
Also, Carbingo just corrected me. It wasn't V8s. It was inline 4 cylinders. But they took 5 of them and they just strapped them all together. I don't really know how it worked. But let me see. It actually says right here that they used an inline or radial engine, petrol engine, depending on the chassis used. And it generally would produce about 425 horsepower. But I wish I could find a good picture of it, because the British did the weirdest things to the Sherman Fireflies. They really were like this freakish design. Like, they wanted to fit a big radio into the turret, but the turret wasn't big enough, so they cut a hole in the rear of the armor of the turret, and then they built a special box to fit the whole radio in, because they had their own special specifications for the radios. And then also another reason why they had to do that is because they fit a 76.2 millimeter gun inside the turret, and the Army Corps of not the Army Corps of Engineers, but the Army Board of Ordnance said that a 75 millimeter main gun was comfortable, as far as the breech size relative to the turret and how many crew members would be in the turret, which was 3. They said that was a pretty comfortable kind of a breech. 76 millimeters was pushing it. And then anything bigger than 76 millimeters was not approved by the Army Board of Ordnance, by the War Department for American Shermans. But then the British said, we have to have more firepower. So then they got a 76.2 millimeter gun, which is pretty big. I think it's a 17-pounder gun. And the breech on that thing's massive. So the crew was like cramped up in there, dude. Like, they would be like squished up on the side of the turret, and the breech, like the turret would be on one shoulder, the breech of the gun would be on the other, and there was like absolutely no room to really move around in the turret of a Sherman Firefly at all. But that thing had some punch. Like that thing was a real tank destroyer, kind of a medium tank. That thing could easily go up against a Tiger 1 and knock it out without question. Like, no doubt about it, at any given range.
That's impressive. Honestly, I think my favorite like powertrain in any tank is probably the Abrams. I believe it is a turbine engine in the Abrams. I believe. Am I right?
I think it's like a Honeywell 1500 horsepower engine or something like. Let me go check. Let's see here.
Let's see.
See engine. Yeah, Honeywell AGT 1500. Right there.
Yeah, it is a turbine. Yeah, that's I wasn't sure what the engine was, but I had a feeling it was a turbine engine. But that sound is like fantastic. I love the sound off the Abrams. It sounds pretty good.
You know, it's a great sound. I will give it that. But the Leopard 2s also have a really nice V16, if I remember correctly. I think it's a V16. Let me check, or it's a V12. It's a V12. But sadly, they don't have a Wikipedia page for this one. So I think I'll just have to try and find it by putting that into Google. So let's paste and then click there. And so hopefully we'll be able to find it. Here we go. That's the engine in the Leopard 2.
That's honestly pretty good looking. That's honestly, I will say, like the Germans really have the engine thing down pat. Like the Germans are like fantastic at building engines. But we make good stuff too. But they're just like on a different level.
Yeah, they're pretty good with the whole internal combustion engine thing, considering that, you know, they were the first ones to create a mechanically induced internal combustion engine by Daimler-Benz. So, you know, that's a pretty neat thing.
Also, I just noticed, do you see that like freaking massive turbo over there on the left side of it? I didn't even just notice that until I just looked up a second time. That is a freaking huge turbo over there. That is massive.
I was thinking you'd see it, dude. And you'd be like, oh my God, look at that turbo. And then you're just like, wow, that looks good. And I was like, oh, I guess he's not impressed by that freaking ginormous turbo over there.
That is huge. I don't know how much boost that makes.
I wonder, man. But you know something interesting, folks? This is something that's wildly interesting to me. Was that the Germans invented the modern internal combustion engine as we know it. But then the French invented the diesel engine by Rudolf Diesel. So the Daimler-Benz created the mechanically induced internal combustion engine that uses mechanical spark plugs. And then Rudolf Diesel was the one who designed the diesel engine, which uses atmospheric compression to create the combustion. So a little bit interesting to think that all modern motors go back to either Germany, if it's like, you know, say any normal engine that's not a diesel, and all diesel engines pretty much can trace their roots back to France in some way, shape, or form.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
And you know where the electric motors come from in the world? Take a guess. Take a guess.
Electric, like the manufacturing of electric motors, or like what do you mean?
Like the concept of like a electrical motor. You know, like a motor that uses power induction to spin like a shaft inside of it.
I don't know. I would be guessing, but is it one of the former Soviet states?
It's the old U.S. of A.
Oh, okay. Was that Tesla?
I think it was Westinghouse, if I remember correct. And then Thomas Edison evolved it a little bit more. But yeah, and actually, Mr. Wires got it right. It is Westinghouse. But the U.S. was pretty much the creator of the electric motor, and then France was the creator of the diesel engine, and then Germany was the creator of pretty much the standard kind of internal combustion engine that you see in most places today that isn't a diesel through Daimler-Benz. Well, not Daimler-Benz, but it was. I forgot the guy's first name. It wasn't Daimler-Benz. It was something else Benz. What is it, Matthew? I'm having a hard time.
So I'm pulling it up. It's obviously not Mercedes-Benz. That's two different people. But let's see here. What was the guy's name? What name? Let's see here. Hell, why did they make the guy's name so hard to find? Let's see here. What the hell was the what was
Carl
Mercedes?
Benz. Carl Benz. Here
Carl Benz. That's right, Carl. I forgot. Good old Carl.
Man, good old Carl. Did you see? There it is. The first the first Benz Mercedes, if you want to call it that, ever was this.
Man, honestly, the first to the last Mercedes was dripping.
Man, honestly, man, this thing actually goes hard, man. Especially in like the 1880s. Imagine rolling up into Dusseldorf with this thing, man. like dude, you're like, oh my God, dude, you would look like some hot stuff with that. And also, that was the engine. That was the first real internal combustion engine out there.
Honestly, it looks better than any Honda Civic classic engine cover that you'll ever find in your life.
Honestly, man, that actually is pretty clean. And you know, it's a little interesting. I think he died having a heart attack riding like a motorcycle or something, didn't he?
That's the way to go out, honestly, if you're going to go out riding a motorcycle.
Yeah, and yeah, do y'all want to know how the inventor of the diesel engine, Rudolf Diesel, do y'all want to know how he went out?
He was riding a train.
So in 1911, he was taking a ferry across the channel from Britain back to France, and he just never made it. He just disappeared. So a lot of people are thinking that he just jumped off of the ship and drowned because the diesel engine was going nowhere. So he never got to see his invention actually take off. He just jumped off of a ferry in the middle of the English Channel and drowned there, and never knew that the diesel engine actually became a major part of the world today, which is kind of a shame.
Or it could have been the horse manufacturers and dealerships. They didn't want the diesel engine infringing on their market share, so they had the guy headed out.
Man, it could have been the same people, man. That secret world order that got everyone on board the Titanic and got them killed so that way they couldn't stop the central banking system. It could have been them, man, because they could have figured out that Big Diesel was going to become a threat, and so they decided to off him by throwing him overboard. But
Yeah, it was Big Horse. Big Horse took him down.
Dude, Lavrov killed him.
Oh, damn, Lavrov. He came in with that snout and he slung it.
Man, I gotta say, man, really, he was absolutely. But anyways, with that, I hope we addressed that well. Kind of a fun little rabbit hole there. And also, I just saw someone say, "Why do you still have this patriotic American anthem music in your intro? You threw everyone under the bus." One, I paid a lot of money for that. Two, I'm an American. So if you don't like it, you can leave. Like, sorry, but I'm not changing the fact that I'm an American, and I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud of everyone in the country. I don't care if you don't like the current president or the Congress or whatever, because that's a very kind of a temperamental thing to judge America on. The people of the country are amazing people, and I'm proud of them. So I'm going to keep the American anthem in, so you can either choose to like it or leave. That's your options. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so jumping to our next super chat here, this one goes to Raven Patah, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Raven, for that support, by the way. I think that maybe that's your first super chat. I can't recall for certain, though, but thank you very much for the very generous support and helping to keep us running. And they said, guys, you rock, and thank you. They said, thank you for the work, and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, thank you for saying we rock. We really appreciate that. And I got to thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on rolling so that way we can rock Raven Patah. And also, thank you for enjoying our work. We put in a lot of effort and a lot of hours every single day to try and make this thing possible. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we would never be able to make it a reality. We wouldn't be able to be on here full time every day. And some of y'all may notice that I'm a little bit more attentive tonight. And I'm putting my words together and thinking. I'm actually thinking, people. And that's because, Matthew can tell y'all, I had to break my no coffee streak. I had to drink a cup of coffee tonight, and I will admit it actually does help me out quite tremendously, because around this time of night I start getting a little sleepy. So the coffee helps to stave that away and make sure that I keep working. And so, of course, folks, America runs not on Dunkin', but on coffee. So with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And a big thank you to you so much once again, though. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army and Slava Ukraini.
Yes, indeed. And moving on to our next one here, we have a $20 super chat from Bending Grid. And thank you very much, Bending Grid, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that very much. And they said Bending Grid has teamed up with the Ukrainian singer Taya Flo and released a song Hypersleep. And the music video is on YouTube. I like that. He plugged his music video there in the super chat. I like that. But thank you for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I gotta say, I respect the grind right there, Bending Grid. Very interesting to hear. You spoke about yourself in the third person, like that one Seinfeld guy. Well, who was that guy, Matthew, in Seinfeld who would always speak about himself in the third person?
Oh, Larry doesn't like shoes.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It wasn't Larry. It was something else, but I can't remember.
Benny doesn't like shoes, something like that. But you spoke about yourself like that, Bending Grid. Very interesting. I might look into your music video maybe after the stream. But I do thank you for the support and using your super chat to mercilessly plug your own music. I like that. You must have a marketing budget right there, throwing in super chats like that. I appreciate that, though. Oh, Jimmy! It was Jimmy! Jimmy doesn't like those shoes. Yeah, it was Jimmy. Man, I forgot completely. I don't even know how. Seinfeld's like one of my favorite comedies on TV. It's a great comedy. It still stands the test of time to this day. And I also like the guy who was crazy, crazy Dole Veloci or whatever his name was, and he was the one who was like obsessed with Beniachi, the tragic clown or whatever. Matty, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And he was like putting the pictures of Elaine on the wall and everything. He's like a serial killer kind of a guy. Dude, that guy was funny. Also, man, it was even funnier, dude, when Seinfeld and George Costanza got in the limo. and they didn't know that it was like a neo-Nazi limo. And so when like they were like, "What are we getting into?" And then they tried to get out of the limo at Madison Square Garden. They're like getting mobbed and beat by everyone. They're like, "We're not the guys. We're not the guys." Dude, that was a pretty funny episode. Like
It's Crazy Joe Davola. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, Crazy Joe Davola. Dude, I'm forgetting all their names. Honestly, man, I'm doing terrible at that. And it's Pagliacci. Yeah, it's Pagliacci, the tragic clown. But man, like that was a good episode, dude. That honestly, man, that episode is the funniest to me because remember when they were like in the limo, they're like, "How do we get out of here?" Because once they figure out, we're Jewish, they're gonna get us. And George was like, "We can just get out of the car. They're not going to shoot us in the middle of the city." And then he said, "Of course, no one ever gets shot in the city." And then he did like the craziest face ever, dude. That was like one of the funniest episodes to me for that.
Yeah, honestly, out of all the Seinfeld characters, I think the best one was Kramer. Kramer was honestly like a pretty good actor in that series and really played that role well. It was unfortunate he had a crash out. Like he really crashed out bad when he went to the comedy club. Like he had a world class
The
crash
Laugh
out.
Factory, yeah.
And I think that finished his career off actually, and he went into hiding pretty much after that. And I don't think he's ever really lived that down. Like I think he did an interview with Seinfeld, like Jerry Seinfeld himself, and he was still talking about that major crash out. So that ended his whole career. But before that, the whole acting on Seinfeld was pretty solid.
Also, man, I gotta be honest though, man. This might be a bit of a controversial take, but I'm gonna have to die on this hill. Every one of the supporting actors, Elaine, like the characters, Elaine, George Costanza, and Kramer. Honestly, I would feel like they were better performers than Seinfeld, like himself.
Oh, he said that. That's why he worked so hard to make sure they got paid fairly because they're getting paid. Like there's no doubt about it. Like all the supporting characters got really good pay, except for the people that just like the soup fella. I think he just got some small pay. I think it wasn't anything crazy. But somehow that guy made a whole career out of just being the soup man. Like he turned his character into a career after he left the show somehow. But he didn't get paid a lot from Seinfeld, which was kind of odd. But the main supporting actors got paid really good in royalties.
Yeah, and I would have to say, honestly, man, that show would have never succeeded if any of the actors, the main cast was different. Like if they had just switched out one person for someone else, I don't think it would have been a success. That was just like the perfect cast, like the all-time cast, the all-time setup. It was amazingly good, and honestly, the writing was good on all of their episodes too. Like there wasn't really an episode that was bad. It was a really, really good show all the way through. The only show I would say would compare to that, and it's not even a comedy, would be The Sopranos, which also was a really good TV show of its own. I just hated how they ended it when it went to black. Like that was kind of really stupid, like I know that makes people talk about it still to this day, like I am right now. I still didn't like that because I would have liked to have seen what happened, like if he got blasted or whatever, in the restaurant. But beyond that though, The Sopranos was a really good television show. Honestly, man, any of the shows that were coming out in like the 90s and the early 2000s were pretty decent. Like a lot of them weren't bad. One show I feel is really overrated though is The Office. Like I don't really know how people like that show because to me it's just it's like it's not that great. That's a very controversial take, but I just don't like it. I find it kind of a little bit weird and awkward. And it's not really like funny per se. It's just more awkward, and it kind of leans into the awkwardness for the comedy. And I'm just not really a person that really digs that kind of form of comedy. That's kind of my own opinion. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one because we were getting long in the tooth and it's getting deep into the night. Matthew, how many super chats do we have left?
We have 25 left.
Oh, that's actually not that many. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, just as a little rabbit hole and a fun one at that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so this one goes to Gunfox, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Gunfox, for that $20 support, and we appreciate that very much, of course. And Gunfox says, STS-129 of 135 missions, November 16th, 2009. Space Shuttle Atlantis, the last space shuttle mission in the 2000s, and the sixth last mission. NASA Marnier program, 1962 to 1972, mission robotic explorers for inner solar system.
I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Gunfox, and giving us a little bit of a day into history in space. And you know something I actually really have to say I love that they did? They pretty much preserved all of NASA's space shuttles in museums, which I think is amazing. Like, they could have scrapped them all, but they actually preserved all of them. And I'm so happy that they did that, because there's so many other things in American history that didn't get the same fate, and you really can only look at them in pictures. But I'm glad to see that they preserve a lot of what NASA has used in the past, because it's a point of pride for the United States of America. And it's really sad to think that the space shuttle had to fly its last flight, but still, it was prohibitively expensive to fly at that point, and NASA's budget was getting slaughtered by this thing every time it took off and landed. But still, I like them. I think they're always neat. They'll always remain in the imagination and minds of the American public, because it was the space plane, for the large part. Well, it didn't actually fly in space, it just orbited, but when it would re-enter the atmosphere, it would fly like a glider, which was really cool. So with that, I thank you so much for the support, GunFox61, and giving us an interesting day in history. And also, y'all want to know something else that's really cool, speaking of preservation kind of stuff historically, that I think is really, really neat. And I don't know if you've ever seen it, Matthew, but it's the Pennsylvania Railroad T1. This thing, there's a group out there that's actually building one from scratch.
Oh, that's sleek.
Dude, it's actually pretty cool, man. It was a 4444 duplex. So pretty neat. They say, man, the rumor is that this thing is actually the fastest steam engine in the world, and it beats out the Mallard in Britain by a good bit. It actually apparently was able to beat it out by about 10 miles an hour, but there was no odometer car attached to it when it reached that speed, so it was never actually confirmed. But they say that this is actually the fastest steam locomotive in the world. Once they build it, because right now the Pennsylvania Railroad T1 Trust is slowly building this thing little by little as the donations keep coming in. Eventually, when they rebuild it, I hope that they can actually put it out on the Northeast Corridor and see if they can get this thing up to 130 miles an hour. Because if they do, that means that America gets the record for the fastest steam locomotive on the planet. And hopefully we'll be able to keep it for the rest of all time and take it from the A4s. That would be really cool if they could. But a really clean looking one. And sadly, it came in right at the end of the steam era, so it was a express passenger train for only a little while, and then it immediately went straight into being a fast freight service kind of a locomotive, which is a shame a little bit. But another thing that's cool about this one, not to take your super chat, Gunfox, and immediately make it about trains, but one thing I love about Pennsylvania Railroad trains, or Pennsy trains, is that freaking absurdly long tender that they put on all of them. Like, look at that, man. Half of the length of this thing is just the tender behind the engine itself.
That is crazy.
Very clean looking. I really like it. But sadly, none of these were preserved. They were all scrapped back in the day because no one knew that anyone would care about them in the future. But they're finally bringing one back from the dead. And also, if you're an American citizen and you like historic preservation of industrial things or really feats of engineering that the United States was able to create, there is the Pennsylvania Railroad T1 Trust website. Not that I'm openly plugging them or sponsoring them or anything, but if you do want to support them and help to fundraise for them to be able to continue their project of building one from the ground up, they do have a website that you can go and support them directly at, and they actually continuously show monthly the progress that they're making on making and manufacturing the parts for the locomotive and eventually putting it all together. And they also have a couple of hands-on things where they'll take the boilers or something else out into the public and let people see what's been made of it so far and how far they've come along. But anyways, still, absolutely love the space shuttles because they actually were preserved in their original form, and we didn't have to go back later and rebuild one. And that's why I like the space shuttles. A pretty neat thing. And so with that, a huge thanks to you once again, Gunfox, and helping this channel to keep on running and making it possible, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Off Grid with Scott, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Scott, for that $20 support and also helping to keep the channel running. And he said, from what I'm understanding, legal experts have told me that this mineral deal, since it wasn't approved by Congress, would only really apply during Trump's term unless they both agree to extend it in LSA. And Scott actually did research heavily on that topic this morning, actually, because I was curious myself. And the interesting thing is, what the president just did is called an executive agreement. It is not a ratified treaty because it has to be ratified by Congress to actually make it permanent. So you are accurate. Right now, under the executive agreement clause, this would only last for his term unless the next president decides to extend it. The only way to make it permanent is to ratify it through Congress. And until that is done, it doesn't carry the same legal weight. So it's good for now. Like, it's in force. It's a legitimate agreement. It's not fake or anything. It is real. But if the term ends, and when it does end, as almost if it ends, when the term does end in 4 years, it will have to be extended by the next president. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to thank you so much for the support. And I actually was not able to look into that a lot. That's why I just whipped out the Constitution and I was reading Article 2, because that's the article about the executive branch and its powers. And I was trying to quickly gloss over it. So I'd assume that Matthew's correct on that. And that is a very interesting thing to hear, that this will only last over the term of this presidency, which will be ending here in a couple of years, because a president can only serve 2 terms. So a little bit interesting with that. And also, let's see here.
2 terms?
Well, I mean, that's a constitutional amendment, you know. It's an amendment.
I know. I thought it was set in stone, personally. I mean, I thought.
Let's go pull up the constitutional amendments and just read them really quick. So let's see here. Election of the president and vice president.
I've heard there's a loophole in that 2-term thing. I heard that, there's a little bit of a flexibility. Like, you can just sort of make that 3 or 4 or 5, 6, maybe 7.
Man, they really started to make these amendments long, man. Like, the first 10 amendments were literally like maybe a sentence every once in a while for each amendment. These, it's like multiple sections. But anyways, the president shall, let's see. See, I want to make sure president shall, in the terms shall then begin. Congress law provide case of death, section 1 and 2. So hold up, this is the one that lays out the term limits, apparently. I thought it was. Oh, here we go. 22nd Amendment. Section 1. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 terms of 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislators of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress. And it was actually ratified as an amendment. So Section 2 is pretty much null. Really, Section 1 is the only one that matters, and it lays out that you can only serve 2 terms, and that's it.
But wait a minute. I see a problem with the wording here. It says no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice, and no person who has held office of president or acted as the president for more than 2 years of a term, which some other person was elected. I think that means that if you don't serve your terms consecutive, like one after the other, you can just have as many as you want.
No, I don't think so. Actually, no, I think.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, that sounds crazy. It clearly says, in your entire life, you can only serve 2 terms, and that's it. And this is a constitutional amendment, so that is constitutional law. There's really no way around that one, unless if the Congress repealed the amendment by passing another amendment to remove it. Because if we go through here, you can actually see, here we go. The 18th Amendment, the prohibition of liquor. The 21st Amendment was the repeal of the prohibition. So there are 2 amendments that just really don't even matter, because one existed and then the other exists to ensure that this one doesn't exist. So those don't really count. So if we were to have to do the same thing with the 22nd Amendment, that means that we would have to pass the 28th Amendment to literally strike the 22nd Amendment from existence for the large part, or being on the books. So with that,
also, by the way, if y'all didn't detect it or not, some people didn't detect it. I'm being extremely sarcastic, by the way. It's very obvious and clear what it says in that amendment. There are only 2 terms allowed for a president. It's clear as a bell. It's written in black and white. So anything else is just simply, playing word games. But at the same time, someone said, what if you run as vice president and the president resigns? The same rule still applies. The vice president is not the office of the president. So if you're the vice president, that doesn't apply to your term as a president. If you become the president at any point and you're holding the office, I believe that counts as holding the office once, and then you can run again. I'm not super clear on that. I believe that is the way it works. So let's say, back in the day when the vice president had to take over because the president was incapacitated or they were removed from office through one way or another, the vice president would have the remainder of that term. I think there's also, is there a year limit? I think there might be a year limit as well. I think there's like a 10-year limit or something.
Yeah, there is a 10-year limit because you can see right here, if you acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other president was elected, the president shall be elected to the office of the president. Shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. So that means, you can only serve 10 years. So you can't really make the math work to where you're president for more than 10. So if you were the vice president and the president died within the first year of his presidency, and you were the president for those remaining 3 years, that doesn't mean that you could run for 2 terms. You can only run for 1. And if you won, that was your only term. But if the president ended up dying in his 3rd or 2nd year of the presidency, and you were the president from that point on until the end of that term, that actually means that you could run for a full 2 terms after that and actually get by with that, and that would work.
Okay, that makes sense. I got a little confused there for a second, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense after reading that part again. But yeah, that's the actual answer. But ultimately, though, we've had people that have served 1 term and now serve 2 terms, and there can't be a 3rd term unless we're going to start rewriting the Constitution. If people want a 3rd term, that requires a brand new amendment, which is a super comprehensive process, and unless that is done, it's not constitutional.
And also, I saw someone say, "What about World War II? Didn't Truman serve 3 terms?" No, Truman did not serve 3 terms. Franklin Roosevelt was elected for 4 straight terms, and this amendment was created because of him. Like this wasn't around when he was the president. That's why he was able to do that. And then afterwards, everyone went, "Damn, that's kind of like messed up that he ran for 4 terms." Like, the tradition before that was that people would only run for 2 because George Washington only served for 2 terms. So he pretty much laid out this tradition and precedent that a president would only run for 2 terms. And once they had gone through their 2nd term, they would step down and not run for another election. FDR threw that out the window and said, "Nah, screw that. I'm going to run for as many terms as I'm alive." And then he died in his 4th term. So then after that, they were like, you know what? We need to stop that from actually happening and make this tradition and actual constitutional law. So that's why the 22nd Amendment was passed. So trying to say, well, FDR did it, it's like, well, yeah, this wasn't an amendment yet when he did that. So not really a good argument. And I also saw someone say, there are ways around that. No, there isn't. That's a constitutional amendment. That's like saying, well, you can get a machine gun without getting a tax stamp. It's like, no. That's federal law. You have to get a tax stamp to have a machine gun. That's just how it works. There's no way. Do you remember
back in the day? Do you remember back in the day when George Washington actually voluntarily stepped down so that way the next person could take power because he knew it was for the good of the country? Like those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days when people kind of understood. And honestly, man, that's one thing I take as a mark against FDR is going blatantly in the face of tradition like that. Of just saying, oh, I'll run for 4 terms. It's like, dude, it's like everyone before you over the history of the entire country had only gone for 2 terms. You're just going to go out there and go ham for 4? It's like, that's just absolutely insane. Like, that's just ridiculous. And so that was something I didn't like about FDR. He was a pretty okay president beyond that, but still didn't like that he ran and actually was president for 4 straight terms. Well, technically like 3.5 because he died in the middle of the 4th one. That's how Harry S. Truman became the guy who ended World War II, because he was the vice president who then turned president because FDR died. But beyond that, a president can only serve 2 terms. There's no way around that. That is the law of the land. So if you try and run for a 3rd term, you're not going to be able to, because it would literally be unconstitutional. There's just no way to make that happen. So, I hope that addresses that well. Hope some there's no such thing as there's a loophole to the Constitution. Like this is literally an amendment that is clear as crystal and plain as the stone. Like, it says exactly what it says. There's no interpretation of this, because later on, like, unlike the founding fathers who wrote the Bill of Rights and largely left them ambiguous enough to where there are in different kinds of interpretations. Later amendments, like the 22nd one, is very clear enough to make it quite obvious what it's saying. There's like, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe you could run for a third or something. No, there's not. There's 2 terms, that's it. So once you go through your second term, it's over. Go on and, live your life and be happy. Be happy that you're the president for nearly an entire decade over 2 terms, and that's that. So, I hope that does address that well. Some people might take that as political. I'm an American through and through, and I believe in following the law to the letter the best you can, because the laws are made by, at least in theory, the collective majority of the people electing their representatives, which then pass these laws, and it is quite clear that you can only serve 2 terms as president. That's nothing political at all. That's just being constitutional to the letter. So with that, I hope that addresses that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Sir Real User 9, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Sir Real User 9, for that support. They said Zelensky has no cards. He does have a large can of whoop-ass, though.
Well, he's got no cars, but he's got something else, which is gumption, and I'd have to say he's got plenty of that, Sir Real User 9. And he does have a can of whoop ass too, but it's a little one. It's a 5'7" can of whoop ass, but they say that size doesn't mean everything, and I guess with him it's true. But beyond that,
I'm not here to play cards. I'm not here for that.
I'm not here to play cards. I'm here to play craps. And there's plenty of crap going around. I can promise you that. But still, I thank you so much for the support, Sir Real User 9, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next. Also, I just saw someone say some courts and political groups do things against the Constitution. Courts, it's very hard for a court to do something against the Constitution, especially if it is a federal court, because the federal courts, even the lower courts that aren't the Supreme Court, kind of decide what the Constitution says. So if they say that something's unconstitutional, it's considered unconstitutional. And then if you want to challenge that, you can move it on up to the Supreme Court. So if the president has a problem with what a federal district court says, and a federal district court says it's unconstitutional, the president doesn't get to beat the shit out of the district court. You have to move it on up to the Supreme Court, which is the ultimate decider on that matter. And the Supreme Court tells everyone whether something is constitutional or unconstitutional in that specific matter. And that's how that largely works. So there's really not a lot of ways for a court to operate outside of the Constitution, because it's their job to interpret the Constitution, at least on the federal level. And on the state level, it's the job of a state Supreme Court or other kinds of courts to decide what the state constitution means on what is constitutional and unconstitutional. So, political groups, though, I will say a lot of them do things, like political parties, both sides do things that, in my opinion, are not at all moral or ethical or even constitutional, and a good amount of the times. There's a lot of, insider trading, bribery, all those kinds of things that happen. But political parties are an extra governmental apparatus. A lot of people think that they're a part of the government and bound by the Constitution, but the reality is that they're almost these unofficial cabals that have just existed through a large part of modern American history, that really do not exist in any official framework beyond the fact that they're just institutions of the government at this point in an unofficial form. Because when the government was founded, back in the Constitutional Convention of 1787, there was no such thing really as a political party. There were Federalists and Anti-Federalists, but there really wasn't anything beyond that. And then the political parties kind of evolved into being over the course of about 80 years or so after that. And then that's when we got the Republicans and Democrats. And then they also evolved heavily beyond that, because the Republicans and the Democrats of the 1860s are entirely different than the Republicans and Democrats of today. That's why I really find it goofy that, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party of the modern day try and call back and say that we're the party of so-and-so or this and that, because it's like, do you even know what those political party people were like back then? It's like, Like it's like they were totally different. I mean, they were completely different. They don't even pale. They don't even come close to looking anything similar to the Republican or Democrat Party of today. And it's like, so it's a really crazy thing that they try and like say, like, you know, like some groups will say, oh, we're like the party of Lincoln, or we're the party of, you know, so and so, like FDR. And it's like, oh, y'all are totally different nowadays. It's like y'all don't even really get a claim to these people. Like they were of their own times and eras and had their own ideas and thoughts. The parties were totally different back then. What they were advocating for was totally different. So I really don't like when both of the modern parties call on their quote unquote legacies, because both of them are so far from what they originally came from. It's not even similar to even call on them. But anyways, with that, and also it looks like Matthew's having to tell people that judicial review has been a thing forever, which it may be new to some people, but yeah, the courts actually get to tell everyone what's constitutional or not. That includes the Congress and the president. So, you know, that might be new to some, but that's kind of their job. That's the whole point they exist. So anyways.
And also, like, I don't understand, like, when people are saying, let's see here, when someone says the president is enforcing the law, if a president is enforcing something, that is the authority of the executive to enforce the law. But the catch is, though, the concept of judicial review, which was established by the Supreme Court ages ago, has always subjected the executive's actions to review by the courts. So if someone files a suit against the executive for doing something that they view to be unconstitutional, a federal court can step in and say, we're going to put in an injunction in place, which is essentially a temporary pause while they inspect the constitutionality of the action. In that time, the president can't do anything further on it until the court says they can or can't do that. And then when the court finally says that's unconstitutional or not, if they say it's unconstitutional, the president needs to reverse that action and undo the unconstitutional act, or he can appeal it to a higher court. But you can't just say, we don't like this, it's too inconvenient, and we're tossing everything out. You can't do that. And that seems to be what people advocate for these days, which completely confuses the hell out of me, because if we're going to do that, then that means to basically abolish the judicial branch of government, which would be insane.
It says it right here, clear as day. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. And then it goes through to explain all of that. So what it says right here, for some folks who may be a little bit illiterate, is that the Supreme Court has the ability to review anything and everything and say whether it was constitutional or not. That also includes the president and the Congress. So if the Congress passes an amendment that says tomorrow that all, like, let's just say this, all brown people are excluded from going anywhere in public, the Supreme Court's going to look at that and go, that is unconstitutional, and they're going to shoot that down because there is a prior constitutional amendment that specifically forbids that sort of a thing. Another thing, for example, would be like the president saying, I'm going to create an SS hit squad that goes around the country executing dissidents of my political party. The Supreme Court would go, that is completely unconstitutional, and shoot that down. And they have the authority to do that. And federal judges and district courts also have the authority to do that as well. And I see someone particular in the chat is arguing that federal judges have way too much power, and it's like, no, they really don't. That's exactly the power that they should have, is to tell someone whether what they're doing is legal or not. Because if someone's able to operate outside the purview of a court that is able to say whether something is legal or not, then that means that that group is now above the law and they're answerable to nobody, meaning that they can do whatever they want. And who knows what that could result in. That could literally result in, let's create a hit squad and go start executing people around the country because they don't agree with me, and then no one can actually say whether that's legal or not.
And also, they have the right. The executive branch has the right to appeal. So if the lower federal court says what you just did is unconstitutional, reverse it, and then it gets appealed to the higher court, and it gets all the way to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court says that's unconstitutional. That means multiple different courts have looked at it, and they've said objectively, or at least presumably objectively, they said you can't do that. That's unconstitutional and goes against the laws of the land. So if that many people are saying that's unconstitutional that are, presumably qualified legal experts, then that should be a pretty good indicator that it's probably not constitutional, because why would all the different courts all have the same wrong opinion if something wasn't adding up? So, I mean, courts can be wrong. They're wrong all the time. But when you got that many courts involved with it and you appeal it to the highest level, they all can't be wrong simultaneously. That would be a little bit odd.
So now this person is saying over 70 million people voted for what the president is enforcing. How many voted for the federal judge?
That's not the way it works.
That's not the way it works. Like just for you to know, the idea of the courts is that people can sometimes be idiots, And people can sometimes go and start trying to strip away their own rights. So the court's there to say that whether something is stripping away someone's rights or not. You'll find that usually appointing judges is something that the Congress and the president does in unison. Presidents go and select the federal judges, the Congress approves them, and then they become a federal judge, and then they serve for life. So there is a democratic process involved, because at some point in way, shape, or form, someone was elected, some president was elected that appointed those federal judges into their positions, and then they were approved by the Congress, which is also elected by the citizenry of this republic. And then they get to serve for life, as it's been explained in the Constitution over and over and over. And so they are democratically selected in a way, but I think that would be absolutely brain dead. Like, I gotta say, that would be the dumbest thing ever to have judges elected, because judges are elected, at least here in the state of Alabama, at some of the lower levels, and you'll find out that those are the most corrupt judges that ever exist. Like, truly they are. They literally go with whatever the people want, so they don't even really follow the law. They are more so following some sort of a party objective than the law itself, and that becomes a very dangerous thing, because let's say you're a Republican and you go down into the inner city and someone tries to mug you and you shoot him. Well, you might go in front of one of those judges, and you might be a Republican and he might be a Democrat, or it might be the other way around. And because of that, they start to show a little bit of bias against you. And there really isn't much you can do, actually, at that point, because if you get screwed over like that, and the jury is also largely of another political affiliation than you are, and they can tell you're not them, oh, you're going away for a long time, a very long time. And you can go through the appeals process. Who knows if that will work or not, but you're pretty much begging to get yourself screwed over at that point. So what you're saying is, let's extend that from the lower courts in the states, and let's make that the whole judicial system, to where it isn't actually bound by looking at the legality of something or not. It's more so following party objectives and party line rhetoric than anything, than the law itself. That is a dangerous kind of thing.
Also, this the one individual here is arguing one specific point. I know exactly what they're arguing about. They said that Congress already passed the law that the president is utilizing. That is true. The executive branch has the authority to enforce the law. So if someone illegally enters the country, they have the right to use their executive agency, which is the Border Patrol agency, to deport the person out of the country. They can do that. But there's also other legal things that get factored in. Like, for example, whether or not you agree with it or not, those people do have due process rights. That's controversial. I'm not going to say my opinion on it because it gets very political, but they do have due process. And the particular individual you're talking about was granted temporary status in the United States. So he was due for a court hearing before he was being deported. Once again, not saying whether or not I agree with it. That's just the way it works. So to say that people voted for something that might be unconstitutional and we should just simply push it through regardless of if it's constitutional or not, just because somebody voted for it, you're basically saying, let's abolish the judicial branch, which would be terrible, because over one small thing like that, we're going to abolish the entire judicial branch, which is inscribed by law, by the way. That would be awful.
If they are not citizens, they do not have the right for due process. Actually, anyone in America has the right to due process, like even foreigners. Like, if you're here on vacation and you end up committing a crime, there's going to be due process even involved in deporting you after that. I don't know if you know that. But that's how it's always worked.
Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. I'll say that.
Well, it's controversial, but it's the law. It's like,
that's the law.
Like
this is controversial.
Like people, citizens have the right of due process. No, everyone in America does. Like, you're just wrong. Like, it's the law of the land, not the law of the citizen. Like this isn't.
I mean, the fair. I can understand if the guy like the fair thing for the guy to say would be, I don't agree with that part of the law and I don't like it. I would understand that. Like, I would understand if you don't agree with it or like it, because I'm not going to get into it because it gets political. But as saying that you don't like it and therefore it's not the law is silly. It's the law. If you don't like it, go call your reps and tell them to go change the law or something. Like, call your elected representatives that represent your interests and tell them, I want that changed. But we can't just ignore it just because you don't like it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, look at this. Just in case you're a little bit confused, and I don't mean to insult you here, but saying something that definitively is very ignorant when we're literally looking at the screen that tells you you're wrong. And Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution, at the very bottom, this is the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. ... or of the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens or subjects. So the Supreme Court, or the courts of the land, actually have the authority to actually conduct due process on foreigners. It literally says it right there in the middle of Section 2 of Article 3 of the Constitution. So if you're going to say otherwise, that I'm wrong, you're literally saying that the Constitution is wrong. Because it says,
For example, as well, I just thought of this. This is a good example. If someone comes over here legally, let's say they were a tourist and they're over here on a tourist visa, that person has the right to due process before they're deported out of the country. For example, if the government wants them deported, they can take them into court and they can say, here's X, Y, and Z why we want this person deported. And the person that was here as a tourist has the right to defend whatever their position is and say, here's why I shouldn't be deported because they're wrong and they're accused me wrongfully of some act. That's due process. The same thing applies to the illegal immigrant as well, but it's controversial.
and I see this person just keeps on saying he's not a citizen. Article 2, Section 2, Article 3 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court has the authority to extend to cases including citizens of foreign states. It says it right there. That's the law. That is literally the law that's been the case for the entire time that this country has existed, ever since the Constitutional Convention ratified the U.S. Constitution in 1787. That has been the law. So you can't just say, well, he's not a citizen, so get rid of him. He has a right to due process. It literally says it right there in the Constitution. You'd have to be ignorant to not know that.
Also, I think the guy is misinterpreting as well. This is what happens when you get way too political, by the way. If he's here illegally, he should be deported. Like, I don't think the enforcer nor me are saying that if he's here illegally, he should have the right to stay. I'm saying that he should have his right to go to court and be heard. He was granted temporary status here for whatever reason, because there was claims that he was running from a gang back in his home country or something. I'm not sure about the legitimacy of that, but that was the allegation, and that they granted him temporary status. So he at least had a day in court scheduled to show back up and at least explain his perspective before he got deported, but he was robbed of that. And it's just straightforward to me. I don't really understand the big deal.
I mean, he was going to be deported most likely regardless, but beyond that, it violated the due process that everyone in the United States has. Even foreigners in the United States have due process rights, according to Section 2, Article 3 of the Constitution. So he probably would be deported. I mean, the chances were pretty high he was being deported. But you still have to go through due process, because that's like saying, well, this guy shot a cop and it was on a body cam, so let's just go and execute him now without even giving him his time in court. It's like, shouldn't we bring him to court? It's like, that's what due process is. And you start moving the goalpost, and once you do, it's a slippery slope. And you ought to realize that, because I can tell, let me just be honest here. I can tell you're leaning a certain political affiliation. And you ought to know all the slippery slope arguments that party makes all the time about literally every single thing. And this is a slippery slope just like any of those. You start saying, well, it doesn't apply to citizens. You've literally just violated Section 2, Article 3 of the Constitution. So then where does it end? Because it could literally not stop anywhere. They could just easily start to violate the due process of citizens, much like they just violated the due process of a foreign citizen who had the rights to due process according to the Constitution. So where does it end? Does it just become where we say, well, it's quite clear that this guy is guilty, so let's not even send him to court to even figure out what his sentencing should be. Let's just execute him. Where does that end? It doesn't end anywhere at that point, because there is no judicial process to anything. It's just the executive branch going around like the damn Punisher and doing whatever they want. And that's just insane.
Also, what would have been the harm? Like, even if people aren't wild about the idea of due process for illegal immigrants, what would be the harm in simply letting the guy show up for that court date, and then they say, okay, like, we've determined that you're not actually running from the gangs, you entered the country illegally, you committed a crime, and therefore there's grounds for deportation. So put him in handcuffs and go ahead and process him through Border Patrol. What would be the problem with that? He would still get deported, but at least we followed the law and we didn't deteriorate the entire due process of law in the country in the meantime.
And also, I just saw someone say the Supreme Court has no teeth. Technically, they have teeth, but it's not directly through their branch. It's through the Congress. Because if the Supreme Court says that something is unconstitutional, let's just say in the instance of what the executive branch has done is unconstitutional, if the Supreme Court says that they're doing something unconstitutional, then the Congress has the ability, and you can actually see that it's listed here in Section 4 of Article 2, which is actually about the executive. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Meaning that if the President of the United States was to just blatantly disregard the Supreme Court's ruling that what he was doing was unconstitutional, technically he is conducting a high crime. So then you could go through the process of impeachment through the Congress, though. So the Supreme Court does have teeth, but the teeth are largely through the Congress, and it's expected that the Congress would follow along with the letter of the law as the Supreme Court and the Constitution is largely laying it out. So that's kind of how it was supposed to work in practice, and then it's kind of up to all of those parts to function properly. If it doesn't function properly, then that just gets a pass, but that's actually how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, and also I see some people saying as well, they said, let's see, Jack said 80% of deportations in recent history are done without any hearing. I'm not sure about that, by the way, but even if going on that, I would imagine the reason why that probably would be the case, if that is an accurate number, is because most of the illegal immigrants probably can't even barely speak English crossing the border, and they don't have any representation. And honestly, if they're illegally crossing the border and there's no good asylum reason for them to be here, they should be immediately deported, in my opinion, because they are crossing illegally, and we can't just have a free for all where people are just running across the border and running to the country. I think most people would agree with that. If they have a legitimate asylum claim, they can file that claim and it can be heard, but that's no excuse just to run across the border. Where there's borders in the world for a reason. Because of course, when you have borders that are wide open, you can have bad people run in from Al Qaeda, all kinds of terror groups. You have to be able to vet people coming in, or otherwise you have really horrific groups start flooding into the country that can start doing really, really bad things to the normal civilians. So, I have no problem with that. But at the same time, though, if someone is here and they were granted temporary status and they're in the process of being heard out in court, you can't just subvert all that and just toss them out. You can't do that. But if it's someone else who admits, oh, they got caught crossing illegally, there's no dispute about it, they get deported, and that's the end of it. It's quick and easy.
Also, I see this person now arguing, we just don't have the resources to give everyone due process, so just do whatever. I don't know what is up with you, man, and just wanting to violate your own constitutional rights, because this will come back to you eventually. I don't think you get it. But there's a way around that, right? You can just make special courts and appoint thousands of judges to just start hammering through them. That's what you could do. It's a fairly easy thing to do, to just, create new special courts for illegal immigrant cases and then just pack them full of thousands of judges and just go to town. You could just easily do that. But it's a little bit crazy to say, because we don't have the resources, let's just start violating due process. I mean, what if they do that to you? And now they're saying, no, I'm a citizen. Well, who gives a shit? Now the executive can do whatever they want. So, who cares if you're a citizen? They're wanting to cut down on government expense, and keeping up the judicial branch is pretty damn expensive. So let's just wipe out all the judges, the bailiffs, and even jury duty. And let's just have the police decide if you're guilty or not. So, you know what? I think you actually were jaywalking the other day. That's considered a capital offense. You were guilty, and you're set to be executed tomorrow. We'll just work it like that now, since, the judicial means nothing. I mean, sure, you're a citizen, but who gives a shit? We got to keep up law and order, and keeping up the judicial branch is too expensive. You just got to chew the fat you're given, and that's just a cut. That's what life is now. That's what you're advocating for at this point, because it will eventually turn into that. And you sit there and think, oh, no, my party would never do that. Oh, that's fine. Nah, your party will erode it. So right now, it's the Republicans who are eroding that right now. And then when the Democrats get in 4 years, you know what they're going to do? They're going to push it a little bit farther. And then the Republicans will get in again, and then they'll push it even farther, until the rights are just completely eroded away and you got nothing left. And everyone always acts like, oh, the wicked party that's in charge right now is doing this, but my righteous party never would. I don't know if y'all know this, but the whole Real ID thing that's coming around, that was something that was pushed forward decades ago, right after 9/11, by the Republicans and the Democrats, and then everyone waffled on it afterwards, and they were like, is that even really constitutional or not? And then, because of the current administration, now we're acting like it was pushed forward by him, although this has been sitting around for 20 years, and now it's an amazing masterpiece. And it's For 20 years now, we've been debating whether that thing was constitutional or not. And now that we're pushing it forward now it's just an amazing masterpiece to pretty much say that being the citizen of a state doesn't count for shit. Now you have to be a federal citizen or you won't even be able to access federal services, pretty much, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
The people that are saying that an illegal immigrant doesn't have the same rights as an American citizen, you are correct in that. They don't have the right to vote. They don't have the right to public benefits in most states. I think some of them might have changed that, but most states don't have the right to any of that stuff. They also don't have the right to be represented by counsel either at the state's expense. They don't have the right to that. They have to get counsel at their own expense. And considering that most illegal immigrants across the border are extremely poor or destitute, they don't have the money to hire a counsel or hire counsel, excuse me. So they get deported without any dispute, and that's why a ton of them just get deported quick and easy, and there's no big process to it. But the ones that actually do have the ability to seek asylum or something like that, which is a much smaller number, they have the right to be heard out, because I looked it up, and there is case law. It's let's see, 1886 there's case law, 1982 there's case law right here. It was deemed to be that the term person includes non-citizens by the U.S. Supreme Court decisions multiple times over. So it's case law. It's written. It's been decided for many decades, actually, that it applies to all persons, not just citizens. So it's a done and done deal. Unless the court reinterprets it or unless someone passes a new law, then it is what it is.
And also, I see some people trying to say you're blurring the lines. This doesn't apply to citizens; it just applies to non-citizens. You're not getting it. Like you're not getting it. I don't know if y'all are deliberately not getting it or if you just don't understand. The Constitution lays out that the Supreme Court, or really any federal courts or state courts really even, have the authority to look over cases that involve citizens and non-citizens alike. If you rip that apart in one piece, you're ripping it all apart. There's no little pick and choose kind of a thing there. Now the lines have been blurred to where citizens and non-citizens alike can just have punishment or some sort of sentence exacted on them without due process. Because our Section 2 makes it very clear that there really is not a lot of difference here between citizens and non-citizens. They're included in the exact same purview of what the judicial powers are. So once you break apart the non-citizen part of it, you're also starting to challenge the citizen part of it as well. That's how that largely works.
Also, the same fella, he said, we have to fine and deport them. They already broke the law, and most do not show up for hearings, even if you believe they are entitled. Well, they are entitled, but here's the catch. I think you might be misunderstanding this as well. And also, I think some people underestimate, we did go to law school for a few semesters, by the way, so we're not just totally clean slate here on this. We do have a little bit of education in it. If they don't show up for their court date, that's called being in contempt of court. And when that happens, that means the judge can enter a summary judgment, which means they basically forfeit the right to any further hearings, and they can enter that summary judgment, which says they're due to be deported immediately, and go ahead and enter that deportation order. That's what happens. Then it comes down to ICE tracking them down wherever they're at, which they would have had to do that anyway. They track them down, they raid the place where they're at, they lock them up, they throw them on the plane, and they send them back to the country wherever they were ran from. That's how it works.
And I just keep on seeing people trying to argue some way or shape or form that this works. And look, folks, I just got to tell it to you. I'm gonna leave it at this and move on because we got a lot more super chats to get to. You don't know what you're doing right now, but you're breaking away your own rights. You're dissolving them for no good reason. And when it comes around that you are the one on the chopping block and there is no due process for you, then you'll be going, what happened? What the hell happened? And there will be no one to hear you. There will be no appeals court. There won't even be a court. You will just be guilty. And that will be it. And that is something that I do not want to live for. I don't even want to get close to that. That's why this is kind of a big thing. That's why, I'm trying to bring it up and talk about it. It's a really big thing because if you think it's right now, wait, because let me just put it this way. The Republicans think it's right now because their president's in charge. So wait until the Democrats get elected again, and then they have this kind of authority to do this on Republicans, and then see how fun it is. Then it's not going to be fun. That's generally why I'm not a big fan of this altogether, because I look at it not from my party as sweet liberty and justice is in charge and they're going to go get all of these bad guys. I'm looking at it as this is going to be perverted horrendously by both parties over the next century, and this is going to become the absolute worst thing that we could have ever imagined, because the Republicans and the Democrats are going to use this when they're in power to run wild and wreak havoc. That's what I'm looking at it as. I'm not looking at it in y'all's partisan views that some people are putting out here, where y'all are like, oh, well, the Republicans are in charge, so it's a thing of justice. And then the Democrats are in charge, you like the Democrats, so now it's a righteous act of crusade. Nope, this is a terrible thing. It's going to end up being bad for everyone, Republicans and Democrats alike. And I'm trying to warn you right now, because the axe will come swinging back your way in a little bit and chop your head clean off, and then you'll be wondering what the hell happened. That's the reality of it. That's the truth of it. Anyways,
I think the guy's trolling us or something, because he just said a minute ago, he said, I passed the bar in 2015. I said, wait a minute, you're a lawyer? And also I added in, I hope you're not a criminal lawyer, by the way, because if you don't value due process, then you wouldn't make a good criminal lawyer. But he said, no, I'm not a lawyer. They're crooks. So I think he's trolling us, because if you pass the bar, you're a lawyer. That's the way it works. So I think he was just messing around, or either drunk or something like that. Who knows? But he's apparently loony.
Yeah, goodness. Anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on back into the questions.
All right, so back to our Super Chat questions after that very interesting hiatus there for a minute. This one goes to Sean, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Sean, for that $20 support. And he said, great job as always. And you two are the go-to for my world news. And thanks for all you two do. And LSA will never die.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the LSA will never die. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And thank you so much for the kind words, because folks like you help us to make this thing possible and help it to keep on rolling. And so if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality, and we wouldn't be able to make it possible. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and thank you so much for the high praise as well. It really does mean a lot. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, people said, "Oh, he meant he passed the bar."
Yeah, he walked right by
one. I think he honestly did. He walked past the bar.
Man, I don't think he walked past it.
Too.
I don't think he walked past it. I think that guy wandered in and had a couple, and then came back out. Like, I don't think he walked by and he went in there.
That's crazy. I've never seen like anybody that can like see literally like receipts being brought and still say, no, you're wrong, because
Dude,
I just don't like it. It's like, come on, man.
I literally whipped out the Constitution on air, went straight to the section that applies, and read off exactly where the judicial process actually applies to non-citizens in the country as well. And then it was just, no, that doesn't actually exist. And anyways, here's reasons why it shouldn't. It's like, well, it's there. It's like, so that's the law. You know, it's like, that's what it is. I gotta say this, folks. I always love how the Republicans and Democrats believe in following the law to the letter until they don't want to. I always love that part. Like, I always love that so much. Like, you know, where they just do stupid shit that's unconstitutional, and then they justify it by saying, well, you know, the Constitution is a nuisance, and then they just trample on your rights. I always love that part a great deal. That's always been an incredible thing to me.
It's like those people, well, you know, when your family sits down to play Monopoly, and eventually they get so frustrated because they start losing the game. They're just like, screw the damn Monopoly rules. Throw the manual out. I don't give a damn. And they're like trying to ignore all the Monopoly rules and stuff as they're losing the game. It's like that type of mentality. It's like you can't just like toss the manual just because you're losing or something, or you're on the short end of the stick. You still got to follow the rules. If you end up losing, that's just the end of it.
Man, the Monopoly was like damn PTSD simulator in our house, man, honestly. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Marion Deemer, also a longtime channel legend, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Marion, as well, for that support once again. And they said, you guys rock, and Slava Ukraine, and Hiram Slava.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Marion Deemer, and you rock for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And so with that, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one. Also, someone actually said, Zachary Krovsky said, there needs to be laws against immigration lawyers. You don't have a right to an attorney unless you're a citizen if you're here illegally. I mean, you don't, but you know, like that's kind of already on the books. I would highly encourage you to actually read the laws, because when you read the laws, they make a lot of sense. I know I see a lot of people who always get involved in the whole politics thing, and they actually don't really know the laws, and sometimes they bring up laws that already exist, like that one. So highly encourage that you read them. And so with that,
I do agree with that, by the way. Like, if someone illegally entered the country, I don't want to be using my tax dollars to pay for their legal defense. It's like, if you believe that you're really entitled to be here under some asylum law, then then I hope you have the money to defend it, because we're certainly not defending it, because it's like that's not our responsibility.
And that also would start burdening the judicial process greatly, having to have a defender like that. Like, I agree with that, and that already is on the books. Like, I think that's perfectly justifiable. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed that well. We are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Sam, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Sam, as well, for that $20 support. And we also appreciate it very much. I did not see a comment attached, but we do appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. I got to thank you massively for always being here and always enjoying the channel and always helping you to keep running, because we wouldn't be able to be here for thousands of days if it wasn't for folks like you who support this channel and made it a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Monty J, who puts in a $20 donation. And big shout out to Monty as well for that support. And he said, you all rock and keep on keeping on.
And I thank you so much for the support, Monty. And you rock, and we will keep on keeping on, thanks to folks like you. It's a huge thanks once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jack Ray, who puts in a 15 and puts in every flag under the sun and says, thank you.
Hey, and thank you for the support, and thank you for throwing in all the flags. It's actually a pretty neat little super chat for that. You threw in America, Ukraine, Israel, Britain, Poland, Taiwan, and France. I like to see that. And so with that, thank you so much for the support, Jack Ray. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Verna Weeks, who puts in a $14 donation. And big shout out to Verna for that $14 support. They said, great news tonight in LSA.
Hey, and LSA, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it was folks like you who make this thing possible. And also, folks, we got the best argument ever. AZG26 said,
no,
dude,
no.
I gotta do it, man, because this was just the oldest one in the book. Then leave the country, the land you stole. Look, we're here and we're here. Like back then, that flew, like that kind of a thing flew. Nowadays it wouldn't, but what happened. So, you know, it is what it is. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one, which is quite a massive one, actually, a wildly massive one. So what do we got, Matthew? What do we got?
So this one goes to none other than Lord Cog, who just threw in a huge $250 donation, by far the largest super chat of the night, and huge shout out to Lord Cog for that massive support. Very generous of you. And they said, thank you.
And thank you, Lord Cog, for the insanely massive support. I got to thank you massively for enjoying this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on to the next one, but I got to give you a massive thanks for the incredible support in helping this channel to keep on rolling. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one. I see everyone hitting on in the chat. All land is stolen. Yeah, technically it is. I mean, like, Ukraine stole Western Ukraine from the Polish, and the Polish stole Western Ukraine from the Russians, and then, you know, everyone else. Like every land, you could literally come up with the argument literally everywhere in the world that every land is stolen. I mean, hell, that's such a, like, that is such an ignorant view of Native Americans. Like, they were some sort of, like, kumbaya communities. Like, I don't even think those people who make those arguments actually know that the Native Americans had the exact same political and diplomatic structures that the rest of the world had at the time, and a lot of them were constantly warring with each other, and the amount of territory that each tribe controlled was rapidly changing per the decade. So the Creeks, the Cherokees, and so on that were here in Alabama would go to war with each other, and some would take ground and others would lose ground, and sometimes some tribes would just get completely wiped out. And I don't ever hear, like that is such a stupid argument, because once you get past that argument, then it comes down to the Native American argument of, I'm a Cherokee and the Creeks stole my land, give it back. And then it just keeps going forever. Like, you get all the way back to the Stone Age to, like, the Ooga Booga clan, and they got their land stolen by the other Ooga Boogas that were in the other cave. It's like when does that end? Like, that, there's no end to that. What the borders that exist today exist today. You don't like them, whine about it. Like really, that's what I say to the Russians. The Ukrainians have the borders they have today. Whine about it. That's what it is.
You gotta be able to defend your land too. That's the big thing. In reality, while it's obviously extremely unfair that countries invade other countries. Like, for example, Russia invading Ukraine. Ukraine has to either have the ability to defend their land, or they have to have friends that can help them defend the land. If they can't defend it and Russia ultimately takes them over, no matter how much help they get, then unfortunately that's just the end of it. Like, they lose the land and they don't have any right to go back and claim it unless they have the right to, or the ability to go back and fight for it. So That's just the way it works. We can't like operate in this false reality where it's like, oh, by the rights of fairness, their land can't be taken. If they can't defend it, it's going to be taken. Like, it's just the way the world works. So you have to be able to defend it, and that's why we have to support countries like Ukraine, so that way countries don't get away with doing that.
Yeah, that's why we give Ukraine bombs and guns, so that way they can shoot the people who are trying to take their land, because you don't just get to go, and then it stops. Because if it was that easy, this war would be over by now. But it's 3 years on, we're still shooting, like, the Ukrainians are still having to shoot the Russians over there in the trenches, because that's what life is like. So, that's what it is. Like, womp womp, cry about it, I suppose. But that's reality. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ryguy SR, who puts in a 10 as well. And thank you very much, Ryguy, as well, for that support. And they said, evening, Enforcers, and take one from the chat. And LSA, long live the Republic, and slava Ukraine.
Hey, and we will make sure to take one from the chat, but long live the Republic and long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so what do we got for a live chat, Matthew? What do we got?
And this one goes to Artelius, who says, the Kerch Bridge destroyed at the time of the Moscow parade? Yes or no? Honestly, I would say no if you're asking me. I would say that the Kerch Bridge will probably come around for destruction and be slated for it around the time that the Taurus missiles show up. When those show up, I have a feeling the Kerch will be coming down probably shortly afterward. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say the same thing. I don't think that this bridge is going to be going anytime soon. I'd actually disagree with Matthew. I don't even think it's going when the Tauruses come. I think that this bridge is probably going to stay standing for the duration of the war at this point. I'll be shocked if it isn't, because at this point, I just don't really think a Ukrainian attack could succeed against the Kerch. It's a very heavily defended bridge at this point by all avenues of attack. And so with that, hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a 10. And big shout out to AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang for that support. And he said, good people of the LSA, today feels like a big day for questions. Liver chat question.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. And we will get a liver chat question. I've never heard of a liver chat question, but we will get one of the liver. Man, that's like those punches in the liver, you know what I mean? but anyways, man, what do we got for a liver chat question?
This one goes to Mark, who said, will the presence of Chinese troops at Putin's parade deter Ukraine from attacking it?
I have a feeling that the answer to that's probably going to be yes, because the Ukrainians wouldn't like the possible collateral of possibly wounding or killing Xi Jinping and possibly wounding and killing members of the People's Liberation Army. So for that reason, they'll most likely not attack the Victory Day Parade. They'll probably give it a pass. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you once again for sponsoring a liver chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Holy DCE, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Holy DCE, for the support. They said, so is India and Pakistan starting to calm down tensions, or is there still a lot of uncertainty?
There's still a lot of uncertainty. Right now, we're really just waiting for the shooting to start, like in full, beyond the border war side of things. Because from what we heard today, the Indians are looking at firing missiles into Pakistan, and it appears that there was some sort of a limited air engagement that may have possibly happened as well near to the border between Pakistan and India today. So it's still going on. It's just that for some reason, it was a quiet day today on that front. So with that, I thank you for the support. I hope that it addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cold It's Art, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Cold It's Art. They said, when is the move, East or West Coast?
I don't really know. Well, I do know when the move is. The move is going to be sometime around October. But East or West Coast, that's a great question. The East Coast is interesting in its own ways. The West Coast is interesting in its ways. But we'll have to see. We're still kind of looking around and haven't made a final decision yet. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for supporting. Help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jay Fitzarelli, who puts in the 10. And huge shout out to Jay Fitzarelli for that support. And he's, excuse me, goodness. They said, absolutely 100% the best coverage of all the war news on the planet. And thank you for that. They said, thanks for your time and dedication and total respect. An awesome channel and love my brothers.
Hey, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for the kind words. We're happy to know that this is your go-to channel. And I got to thank you massively for that once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so a huge, massive thanks to you. A massive shout out to you. And with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Adam, as well, for the support. He said, the United States needs to expand its railroad infrastructure. Hey, now, watch that heresy.
Hey, I agree with you right there. Thank you for the support. We really do need to expand that railroad infrastructure to work in a modern country like the United States of America. I would agree with that entirely, I'd say. I'd have to say, I'm a big fan of the railroads. Everyone knows that around here. And there's always going to be someone in the chat that goes, oh, God, it's trains. And yeah, it's trains. I'm a big fan of them. I like them. But I like them within reason. I'm not one of those people who are like, oh my God, we should ban planes. Nah, I'm not like that. Planes are the only way to get cross country quick. A train could never compete. But in the shorter jaunts of like 150 to 250 miles, the train, it competes pretty well, in my opinion. Like it actually does wildly well. Like I'd actually say, like Matthew, it would make no sense to fly from Orlando down to Miami. It made a lot more sense to ride the Bright Line.
Yeah, I will give it credit for that. In that sense, I would definitely take the train over the airplane because the depressuriz if I can get my words together,
Pressurization.
pressurization of the plane going up that high and then landing that quick is honestly too much like for my ears to handle. It's like if I'm going to do that, I want the flight to be pretty decently long. I don't want a little hopper flight like that. I'd rather take the train in that instance. But that's like one of the very few instances where I would actually want to take a train.
But that's the instance that I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that the train's like a long distance champ or anything. That's the exact niche the train is supposed to fill. Like, that's the perfect one right there. It's a long enough distance that you wouldn't want to drive that by car, and it's a short enough distance that flying that by plane is a hassle. So that is the perfect kind of an instance for a train right there. That's the kind of niche they need to fill. And I think that would be perfect. Like I think that's how it should be expanded. So I'm not going to be one of those people like high-speed train from Mobile, Alabama to Chicago, go. That would be stupid. Like you just hop on a plane in, Mobile, fly to Atlanta, and then get on a plane that flies to Chicago. That's way quicker than the train could ever get, even if it was a high-speed train. But high-speed trains and jaunts from places like Orlando to Miami or Orlando to Tampa or even Miami to Tampa, that makes plenty of sense. That makes insane amounts of sense compared to, driving there, which would take far longer, or taking a plane, which would be just an insane hassle. And when you also add in the fact that you got to be 2 hours early to your flight to get through TSA and also find the right gate and get to it and everything, the plane flight actually ends up becoming longer than the train ride because of the amount of time you're having to sit around in an airport and then also get out of an airport once you arrive. With a train, all you do is walk right to the platform, hop on the train, and then you go. Of course, you might have to sit around and wait for the train to show up for like 20 minutes, but that is a lot better than waiting 2 or 3 hours before your flight even is supposed to take off just to get through security at the airport. So that is what I would agree on completely. U.S. train infrastructure it definitely needs to improve in that kind of a way. Like I also think I think it should be like a hub and spoke kind of a structure. So major cities should have tendrils that expand in all directions from them to head to other larger areas around them, and then the rest of the areas could be filled with light rail or bus service or something along those lines. So a city like Atlanta ought to have rail service to Athens. It ought to have rail service down to Macon and Columbus, and then Birmingham should have rail service out to places like Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, and that's pretty much it. Like, I can't really think of anything else that would require, like, have a population density that actually would necessitate something like that, here in Alabama at least. But then in North Carolina and South Carolina, you got plenty of population density and plenty of shitty airports that people want to avoid, like Charlotte International. So, that would definitely be a big thing. It's already a big thing in Charlotte like that, but I would definitely agree railroad infrastructure needs to improve and expand in this country in the way that it fits. Like I was saying a second ago, like not everywhere for everything, but in its specific niche, it needs to succeed. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a piece of breaking news, by the way. According to the U.S. State Department, the U.S. has officially withdrawn from Russia-Ukraine peace talks. And just to give you some more details on that, because it is, of course, a pretty big deal, they said the U.S. will no longer be a mediator in the negotiations between Ukraine and the Russian Federation. That's from the U.S. State Department. They said they will continue to help, but will no longer fly around the world as mediators in meetings. And now it's up to the two sides. And the time has come when they must present and develop concrete ideas on how to end the conflict. And now it's up to them and will depend on them in the future. So it sounds like we have officially taken a step back and we are no longer going to be mediating the whole situation. So in other words, we've gone back to status quo before this recent president took office. So that appears to be the case right now. So that was expected, nothing super shocking, but apparently the move has been made.
Hopefully we'll see the U.S. support starts to ramp up to Ukraine really soon as a result of that. I feel like that's the only option that can be made. at this point. You know, because we got
Yeah, I
run
would
around
say
and look
so.
like a fool, you know?
Yeah, unless Putin's going to suddenly, you know, do a 180 and start winding the war down, which he really can't because his economy would fall apart. Also, he'd have to give up his territorial ambitions, which he's never going to do, and he'd basically have to surrender his position because I think he's going to have so much backlash for doing that people are going to try to oust him. Unless those things line up, which are monumental, three huge things like that, then the war's not ending. And at the same time, the U.S. is not going to just abandon Ukraine because we just signed a massive mineral deal with them. So. Honestly, right back to status quo, like square one, before this new president even took office. Honestly, it sounds like.
Man, it's crazy, man. Like peace in a day wasn't achieved. Peace within 100 days wasn't achieved. It was literally we're back to where we were. What a crazy world we live in, Matthew. I never saw that one coming at all. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. But thank you for sharing that breaking news, Matthew. That's actually pretty funny to hear. It's finally over.
Indeed. But our next one here goes to Peter Florence, who said, put in a 5, by the way, and thank you very much, Peter, for that support. He said, arms sales to Ukraine announced in LSA.
Hey, and it is nice to hear that they're sending $50 million. And hopefully, because we just withdrew from the talks, it'll result in even more support to the state of Ukraine. I think it probably will. Because, you know, what kind of a look would that give if we just got fooled and played like a fiddle in the negotiations to get nowhere, and then we didn't even support Ukraine after we gave a mineral agreement? That would look stupid, honestly. There's really no other way to paint that well. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, folks, I got to say this because we have plenty of people coming in and saying this. What happened to the art of the deal? Like, so many people were coming in and telling us, "Oh, just trust the process." Looks like even if you're a supposed master of the deal, if you're dealing with a jackass, there's just no deal to be made, right? Like, you know, like that was what we were saying the whole time. It doesn't matter how good of a negotiator you are. The Russians, especially led by Putin, are as a group of bastards. There's just no way to negotiate with them, and the war is going not because people in the West are keeping the war going. It's because the Russians are keeping it going, and they won't stop for anything. So we just got to keep arming the Ukrainians and let them bomb the Russians into submission. That's just the basic way of how it goes. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sir Real User 9, who puts in a 5 and says, Spike sends his regards.
Hey, and Spike sends his regards. We love to hear that Spike is sending their regards because it sounds like they're spiking in popularity. Pun intended. But still, thank you once again. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dubstep Kid 801, who puts in a 5 and does not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Dubstep Kid, for that support and helping keep the channel running. We also have a 5 from Rally. And Rally says, if India and Pakistan go nuclear, will the world have a nuclear winter?
I doubt it. They don't really have that many nuclear weapons amongst each other. So if they went nuclear, it would be very bad for the Indian subcontinent. But it would be fairly limited to that area, at least in my belief. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one here goes to LSA Sergeant Figment, who puts in a 5. And big shout to you, Sarge, for the support once again. He said, LSA hit the like button. That's an order. And initiate, lead, and make an example and win is the motto of the 35th Paratrooper Brigade.
Hey, and I love to hear it, LSA Sergeant Figment. Thank you for sharing that with us. And also, make sure to hit the like button, folks. We've gotten up to 4,104 likes. That's actually quite a lot. And I thank you all for hitting the like button so far. I also saw Tom Exman ask, here's a good question. Don't you think trains should have some pre-boarding security checks? Absolutely not. There's just no way to really cause significant damage on a train. Like the whole reason there's security for planes is like security theater. And one, if you blow up a bomb on a plane, everyone's going to get killed, especially if you're at cruising altitude. There's really no way anyone will survive that. On a train, though, if you put a bomb on a train and you blew it up in like a railway carriage, it's going to kill a couple of people, but that train will be able to stop and most people would live. It's a very different kind of a story with a plane. But honestly, like I find the TSA to be largely ineffective in honestly just security theater. I don't even like them doing security for planes. But with trains, absolutely no security. You should be able to walk right out onto the platform and hop right in one. They're wildly safe, and trains ought to be as convenient as possible by design. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one. But a big thanks to LSA Sergeant Figment once again.
And this one goes to Laser 314, who puts in a 5 and says the Kyiv Independent said the assassin received money from Russia.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'll have to try and look more into that person, see if I can get some more details on it. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also Tom Exman said, we used to say no security on airlines was okay before that DB Cooper guy jumped on the plane and then jumped off. Honestly, I would be with the enforcer. I think with trains, you're good to go. Trains have to stay on the rails. You can't like hijack a train, then run it down like the center of
We're
Manhattan
going
or
where
something
no
like
one
that.
goes. Like turn it
Yeah,
right off the rails.
yeah. The plane's different though, because if someone hijacks a plane, they've just basically acquired a Hellfire missile. Basically, like it turns into a mobile missile. And they're in control of the missile. So that's a huge reason why people cannot be allowed to like simply get on planes with weapons, because then they can hold people hostage. They can force the pilots out of the cockpit and do all kinds of things to get control of the plane. So trains, you can't do that. Planes, you can. So you have to be a lot more careful with the planes than the trains. But I think the trains are probably good as is. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Kyle, for that support. And they said, Coffee Fund, LSA Trusted News, and thanks for the news, both enforcers.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words and the coffee fun. We love coffee. I think I'll have to get back on my coffee regimen here over the next few days because it has helped me out a lot tonight. And I don't know, Matthew, has it really shown in the performance? Is it better or no?
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling much better after I drank the coffee too tonight. Oh,
Yeah,
you're asking
so
about yourself?
yeah, I'm asking about me. Have I sounded
Oh,
better?
yeah,
Like
you
I'm
seem alert. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna have to get back to it, sadly, because without it, I don't think the shows will be as good as they have been. So, with that, I will sacrifice my health for y'all guys because that's what we do here at the Enforcer HQ. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ogre Online, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Ogre, for that support. And sadly, I can't read the super chat, though, because it is political. And we don't want to get too political, even though we kind of delved into it a little bit with the illegal immigrant thing right there. Although it's kind of hard to avoid it when you're talking about it. You kind of got to jump into a little bit, or otherwise you're missing a huge part of the picture. But anyways, thank you very much for the support. And we're now moving on to our next one, which goes to Blazat, who puts in the 4, and Marc-Andre Burnett, who also puts in the 3. And thank you, Blazat and Mark, for that support and helping to keep us running. We also have a 2 from Dupper Bob, who said Slava Ukraine, and also Hero Slava to you. And we also have a $2 support from No Name, who said, what will the U.S. do after New START ends in 2026?
And can you reread that one again?
I said, what will the U.S. do after New START ends in 2026?
Unfortunately, I'm a little bit ignorant on this. What is New START?
New START is, I believe, it puts limits on Russian nuclear weapons. It's a nuclear treaty, I believe.
Oh my God, I'm so stupid. I should have known. Like I should have known it was a nuclear induction treaty. I think honestly, just because of the lack of context, I didn't know what it was. Hell, I don't know. I guess we'll enter a new nuclear arms race with the Russians at this point. But I mean, technically, we kind of already have, sort of, because we rescinded a nuclear treaty a while ago, back in, I believe it was 2017, which technically allowed the Russians to create the Sarmat and a couple of other nuclear weapons. So really, I guess it just opens up the ground for another nuclear arms race, or maybe we'll try and renegotiate something with them, even though we're not on the best of terms with them right now. But I don't really know. It's a little bit hard to say. Usually, though, things like that will be renegotiated and we'll just enter into another long-term nuclear treaty with the Russians and others. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And with that, folks, that is the end of our Super Chat questions. And thank you all once again for that support. And we are running super late. So we're now jumping straight into our live chat questions and our Morse code decoders. Tonight, we have Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J., Paul Schultz, Dave Millsaps, Her Royal Fluffiness, Airball Garba, Johnny Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said the Morse code says, now Russia is going to be sweating bullets now that the talks are pretty much over, and they are over for sure.
Yeah.
And LLT, LSA.
Man, that Morse code was prophetic. I didn't even know that was going to happen tonight. But, that is the sound of money, and y'all get that 10 on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night, and it literally turned out to be correct in like the last 5 minutes of the show. And I got to congratulate y'all for getting that correct time and time again, because the Late Spring Army Signal Corps continues to show us that y'all are always on the ball. A really impressive thing. And so with that, due to time constraints, which I'm sure many people can understand, because we are quite literally 4 hours and 7 minutes into a show right now, we are going to be getting 3 live chat questions and then rounding out the stream. And so we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Amy Lee, who says, have you heard anything about an uprising against the government in China?
I haven't heard about any uprisings at the moment. We do know of an ongoing schism between the PLA and the CCP, or largely Xi Jinping. But I haven't really heard of any uprisings that are actively ongoing in China at the moment. So I have to declare ignorance on that. Although there are many breeding grounds for such a thing, I just still haven't heard any news of it. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
All right, and this one is going to go to Peaceful War, who said, what would a Russian response look like if Ukraine attacked the May 9th celebrations in Moscow?
It would look pretty bad, I'd be entirely honest, because if an FPV drone flew right into an infantry formation during the infantry column of the parade, there would probably be dozens killed in that alone. Like, it would be a pretty horrendous looking thing. And if a drone flew right into the spectators' stands where Putin and Xi Jinping were, that probably would be the most, at least historically in the modern age, it wouldn't be the most prolific kind of an attack of that sort over history, but at least for our modern age, it probably would be one of the most devastating and impactful kind of attacks that could happen in our century, because it would kill both Putin and Xi Jinping, which I would say are fairly influential figures for the beginning of the 21st century. Not meaning in a good way, but influential to the course of history kind of a way. So an attack on Red Square on the May 9th Victory Day parade in any way, shape, or form would be a pretty nasty or history-changing sort of an affair. I would say, honestly, that would be about as history-changing as the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914. But with that, I hope that has addressed that the best I can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Fayuma, because I promised last night I would get back to this one because I wasn't able to grab it the other night. So Fayuma says, question from yesterday, can you show the most ugly statue I know called the Lifesaver in Duisburg, Germany? And thank you.
Yes, we can. Let's go find it. The Lifesaver statue. Why does it not want to find it? Let's see. What's the town? What's the town, Matthew?
Duisburg, Duisburg, Germany.
Duisburg, Germany. So here's Duisburg. And then we need to find the Lifesaver statue. So let me put in life. This might be it. Oh! What the hell is that?
What the hell is that?
I don't even know what that is. That is actually the ugliest statue. I'll agree with you, Fiuma. I've never seen anything that bad in my life. Why is it cheeked up? Dude, this whole thing, honestly, man, this is the worst statue I've ever seen. You're actually right on this one, Fiuma. That is the damn most horrendous thing ever. I've never seen anything like that. Why in the world would they put that in a square? Like, you got to go by that ugly thing every day if you're around there. That is honestly unsightly, and I would say that it should be torn down just for the hideousness of the thing. The statues should always be tasteful, where you look at them and it adds to the scene. It doesn't take away from it, and that thing is taking away so much. It's actually creating a deficit in the area for a nice scene. Like that's horrendous right there. But with that, I gotta thank you, Fiuma, for pointing that out, and I'm unfortunately we had to look at it. Well, you can look at it fortunately or unfortunately. Unfortunately, we had to look at that thing, but I thank you for pointing it out, because that is going to actually take the place in my mind for the #1 worst statue on the planet right now until we get something even worse. And I think it'll take a lot to top that thing. And so with that, thank you for pointing that out, Fiuma. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every one of y'all for joining us tonight. It has been one hell of a long stream, and it's also been a really fun stream for me. I really enjoyed a lot of what we were talking about tonight, and of course, the news was really good as well. So I hope you all been enjoying it greatly. I've also got to give a massive shout out to the 13.6 thousand people who were here with us live tonight at the peak, and the 110,000 people who've watched the stream from beginning to end. We are entirely honored, appreciative, and grateful to have all of y'all here every single night. And if you have enjoyed, please make sure to subscribe. We have gotten up to 340,850 subscribers, so we are wildly close to hitting 348,000 subscribers and marching on our way up towards 350. Of course, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. The Leaf Spring Army will never die.
And thank you all for joining us once again tonight, and all 110,000 people that were here tonight. We've been having some whopper streams here recently, well over 100K each and every time, and we're glad to have every single one of the 110,000 of you here tonight. And also, thanks for the 4,200 likes as well. But with that, folks, we'll be seeing you tomorrow at midday for the Short War Summary if there is enough news to cover, and also as well, also on the stream tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern, also, as always. But with that, folks, thank you all, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.